Morning, everyone. My name's Mike Smith. I'm the co-chair of the AUKUS Public Inquiry Secretariat that is supporting the commissioners, and welcome today. Before we go further, could I ask people please to turn their phones to silent if they haven't done so already, or better still, turn them off. I'd certainly like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land on which we gather today, the Wurundjeri, Woi, Wurrung and Burrung peoples of the Kulin Nation, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and also extend our respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today or joining us remotely. The Australian Peace and Security Forum is auspicing this inquiry. I'm one of the founding directors on the APSF, and we really are auspicing this because when we formed as an organisation, we really wanted to try and promote the idea of Australia needing a comprehensive national peace and security strategy, of which defence was just but one pillar, and we don't have that, and we haven't had that since 2013, at a time when the world is sort of getting more unpredictable, as we keep hearing. So that's why the APSF then focused on AUKUS as one of the issues on which we wanted to do, and we've been joined by a whole range of other civil society organisations and pleased to do it. Now, this is an inquiry and not a campaign. And I want to make that very clear, because this inquiry wants to hear from people on all aspects of AUKUS. And the fundamental question that we're asking is, will AUKUS keep us safe? And at what cost? And cost is more than dollars and cents. It goes to the whole meaning of that word cost. We want to hear people who think AUKUS is really great and why, and we want to hear people who have concerns about AUKUS. So this is not a campaign to get rid of AUKUS. It's an inquiry into AUKUS so that Australians will be better informed about what AUKUS actually means. And we have written to the Prime Minister, we have written to the AUKUS partners and said we will welcome submissions and presentations from you at the hearings around the country. This is the first of the our hearings, and then we're going elsewhere in Australia, and all the details are on our website. But fundamentally, this inquiry is about seeking transparency and clarity about a decision that our grandchildren and their children will inherit, none of the current leaders, and they're very significant questions that are being asked. Now, we've got a very tight program today, and I think you all know that. There will be breaks for lunch and afternoon tea, and I request speakers to stick to their allotted times, and of course, for everybody to be respectful of the speakers and no interjections and anything of that nature. We want to get as much information as we possibly can. The session today is being both recorded and streamed, and so that if you miss something today, you should be able to pick it up later if you need to. And finally, this is a people's inquiry, a public inquiry, and whilst our commissioners and most of us are doing all of this pro bono, we still need money to make it happen. So tell your friends and yourselves, please dig deep. And all donations welcome, either through the Chuff site, or we're happy to give you our bank account details. And we've been inundated really with submissions, and we've had some more donations as well, which has been really grateful since the launch last week in Canberra at Parliament House. And we've received well over 100 submissions already in that week. And so we're expecting a lot more to come in. A few housekeeping issues, just very briefly. The bathrooms out the door at the back, turn left, and then you'll find the bathrooms. And in the event of emergency, a loud bell or a horn will ring, and then you move out to the nearest exit and assemble outside the church, outside on Lygon Street, should that happen. And it's with great pleasure I now hand over to our lead commissioner, Peter Garrett.
Thanks very much, Mike, and welcome everybody. And I want to second all the comments that Mike has made to you, and to those people who are watching the live stream, welcome as well. It's a great honour and a great privilege to be able to lead this important commission of inquiry. It's a public inquiry, absolutely essential in a democracy for transparency, information, and the capacity to ask questions from all citizens about a decision as large as the AUKUS decision is. I'm joined by the other AUKUS commissioners. I want to welcome them. Karina Lester to my right from the APY lands and on country. So great to see you, Karina. Thank you. Honorary Professor Admiral Chris Barrie, retired, former CDF on my immediate left, and Leanne Minshull, co-director Australia Institute and a person with great political experience in Canberra. Thank you. And Carmen Lawrence, former WA Premier and also member of the House of Representatives and Minister, who can't be with us today but is there on that laptop. Our first submission provider is an Australian of great distinguishment, and we're really delighted that we can kick off this important AUKUS public inquiry with one of the leading participants in Australian public and political life of the past decades, Professor the Honourable Garrett Evans, long-standing Foreign Minister in the Hawke and Keating governments, who's worked extensively internationally in areas of foreign relations and policy. And Garrett, it's a great pleasure to have you presenting to us today, and I will hand over to you now. Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone associated with the initiation of this rather long overdue inquiry. And of course, I begin by acknowledging and paying my own respects to the first Australians on whose traditional lands we meet, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The AUKUS Pillar 1 submarine project was misconceived from the outset, and the passage of time since its announcement in 2021 has served only to make more compelling the conclusion that it's not in Australia's national interest to continue our commitment to it. For three main reasons. There are huge
doubts about its deliverability, its cost to Australia manifestly outweighs its benefits, and its implementation will profoundly limit Australia's independent sovereign agency. Other concerns have, of course, been raised about the project. Most importantly, its potential contribution to nuclear weapons proliferation, the environmental impact of nuclear waste disposal, and the likely difficulties that will be experienced recruiting and sustaining a much expanded submariner force. While real, those problems are really, in my judgment, all likely to prove reasonably manageable through, respectively, in the case of the proliferation issue, the negotiation of IAEA safeguards protocols, in the context of waste disposal, creative underground engineering solutions for the relatively small amounts of waste that will be involved, and in the case of the recruitment and maintenance of personnel issue, arguably manageable through sufficiently attractive financial incentives. Others will have a different view, but for me, the really critical objections remain deliverability, cost benefit, and sovereign agency. So let me say something about each of those three. As to deliverability, there's been from the very beginning zero certainty of the timely delivery of the 8 promised AUKUS boats. And every piece of evidence now available on the public record reinforces scepticism as to whether any of them will be delivered on time or indeed at all. The first tranche of 3 existing Virginia-class boats is to be supplied by the US from 2032. But that's always been premised on the assumption that the Pentagon has its own inventory requirements, and meeting the Australian requirement would require an increase in the annual build rate from 1.2 boats per year to 2.3. Despite our contribution already of some US $2 billion to US shipyard capacity, with more to come, that hasn't happened. On the calculation of Rear Admiral Peter Briggs, one of Australia's most credentialed submariners, by 2032, the US Navy will have only 41 platforms as against its safe minimum, so described, of 48, and its target of 66. The first consequence of that US industrial reality is that the recently announced agreement that all 3 of the promised Virginias, not just the first 2, will be second-hand. With that meaning, given the finite 33-year life of the sealed, highly enriched uranium nuclear propulsion units, with that meaning that a likely remaining available life for the Australian Navy for each of these boats being no more than 15 or at most 20 years. Even more troublingly, the US determination to maintain and expand its own nuclear fleet size, as regularly, forcefully and influentially articulated by the Pentagon's Undersecretary of Defence for Policy, Elbridge Colby, compels the conclusion that the delivery to Australia of any of the first tranche simply cannot be assumed, except on the assumption by the US that they will remain for all practical purposes just an extension of its own fleet, which starkly raises the sovereign agency issue that I'll be coming back to later in this submission. An even bigger question mark hangs over the deliverability of the second tranche of the AUKUS submarine project, the 5 brand new design SSN AUKUS attack submarines to be jointly built by the UK and Australia. The hulls to be built in Adelaide and married to reactors built in Barrie and Furness in the United Kingdom, with the first Australian boat entering into service in the early 2040s. Meeting even that very protracted delivery timetable would require the UK to deliver a completely debugged, wholly new SSN AUKUS design by the late 2030s, with the Osborne shipyard in Adelaide being completely capable of playing its part thereafter. Believing that any of this will happen requires even more heroic levels of optimism than needed for the US Virginias. Every report coming out of the UK indicates that its defence industrial base is presently under extraordinary stress, with submarine building schedules tightening, costs increasing, and with every prospect of further deterioration, notwithstanding Australia's commitment to spending $4.5 billion over 10 years to help boost production rates. Barrie and Furness is struggling to attract and retain a skilled workforce, nuclear qualified engineers, designers and tradespeople that are needed to meet existing orders, let alone the massive new demands that will be associated with SSN AUKUS. And when it comes to the capacity of the Australian end to deliver in terms of the hugely skilled workforce and technological sophistication required, it really is difficult to contest in this context, however much I might in other contexts, the judgment of my long-serving successor as Foreign Minister and very much South Australian native, Alexander Downer, who said on the record in 2023 that building nuclear-powered submarines in Adelaide was a fairy tale. And as recently as last weekend, as reported in The Australian, as saying it's, quote, a mirage, which is, quote again, just not going to happen. Even in the wholly unlikely event that everything falls smoothly into place in this whole vastly complex enterprise, that's to say transfer of the US Virginias, British design and UK-Australia joint build of the new SSN AUKUS boats, human resource availability, manageable costs and all the rest, even with all of that falling into place, Australia will be waiting decades until well into the 2050s for the last boat to arrive. And that poses real capability gap issues for us, given that our existing 6-boat Collins-class fleet, which first came into service from the late 1990s, is already on geriatric life support. Even with the recently announced Life of Type extension program, it can't be operationally sustained beyond the early 2040s. The cost-benefit issue. It's unquestionable that nuclear-propelled submarines are much more capable than conventionally powered boats when it comes to speed and endurance, and that both the Virginias and the new SSN AUKUS class boats would be able to deploy significantly further afield for much longer, with more capacity to move quickly away from risk situations than any conventional alternative, and with their size enabling them to deploy significantly more attack firepower. Perhaps their greatest claimed advantage is their much superior undetectability, not having to periodically surface or snorkel, although it's a very large assumption that this advantage will remain immune from technological challenge in the decades ahead. And I might add to my text that there's a very interesting article in Pearls and Irritations this morning addressing just that issue of technological advances and its impact on the detectability problem, among others. It's acknowledged by the Australian government that this greater capability will come at enormous financial cost, currently estimated, as we're all aware, at up to $368 billion over 30 years. Although at this distance, any final figure must be almost wholly speculative. The question is whether that cost can be justified by the benefits it will bring for our national security, given that it is, on any view, far in excess of what it would take to buy a larger fleet of conventionally powered boats, have them in service much earlier, and with money left over for other, both kinetic and non-kinetic weaponry of arguably greater utility in fighting future wars. The crucial issue is what national security needs are these boats satisfying? What are they for? Less often addressed than it should be is the reality that even with a full fleet of 8 new boats in service, normal operating constraints mean that only 2, or at absolute most 3 of them, will be deployable at any one time across our vast maritime environment, the Indian Ocean, Pacific, and to our north. It's to be noted, recent press reports, including as recently as this morning, that in the UK, all 5 of their present Astute-class attack submarines are presently in dry dock. All 5 of them, not one boat is out in the water in the UK. So the assumption of 2 out of 8 being deployable is, even that could be a stretch in the real world. So even acknowledging the superior capability of nuclear-propelled submarines, even making very large assumptions about their continued detectability advantages, and even accepting for the sake of argument the utility of deterrence at a distance, how useful will all this actually be for Australia's defence? Just how much intelligence gathering, how much archipelagic choke point protection, how much sea lane protection, how much deterrence will that number of boats in the water at any given time make possible? As to the question of what the boats are for, the only credible answer is for them to play the role which the United States manifestly wants them to play, and for which they are best equipped, namely primarily as supplementary assets effectively embedded into US military command for the task of finding, tracking, attacking, and destroying Chinese submarines, seen as a nuclear threat to the US mainland as they move in and around West Pacific waters. Australian ministers have never explicitly conceded as much, but that conclusion is inescapable. The conclusion is inescapable that from the outset, the whole enterprise has been viewed through an alliance reinforcement lens, with this role for the boats being the understood quid pro quo. The Morrison and Albanese governments could hardly have been left in any doubt as to what the United States thought it was getting from this deal. Beyond a poultice of money, in returning for sharing its really quite extraordinarily sensitive and sophisticated nuclear technology with us. President Biden's Deputy Secretary of State, Kurt Campbell, let the cat out of the bag with his very indiscreet observation at the time of the announcement that, and I quote, "We have them locked in now for the next 40 years." It was perception of the United States' own strategic advantage, not ours, that drove Washington's agreement to the deal. The interesting point here is the United States doesn't actually see its strategic advantage primarily in terms of our accommodating American wishes, so far as the actual use of the boats themselves is concerned. While the contribution that I've described would certainly be seen as valuable by Washington, the small number of Australian boats involved means that that contribution would essentially be marginal and not much missed should Australia withdraw from the whole AUKUS enterprise. Certainly our 3 Virginias wouldn't be missed at all because they'd be simply reverting to formal US ownership, not just their de facto control. What is clearly very much valued by the United States is Australia's willingness, both as an explicit part of the AUKUS deal and as additional measures designed to continue to endear ourselves to the Washington military establishment. That's our willingness to make important new basing facilities available to the US military. Above all, the Stirling submarine base south of Perth, especially useful in support of potential US operations to interdict Chinese energy supplies entering the Malacca Strait choke point, and of course the Indian Ocean generally. But also there's the B-52 bomber base at Tyndall in the Northern Territory and the Marine Corps Rotational Force Base in Darwin. The reality is that the whole AUKUS deal represents a doubling down on our commitment to the US alliance, on the basis that these new targets that we've painted on our back, not to mention the long-standing one of the Pine Gap Satellite Communications and Signals Intelligence Facility, are simply the insurance premiums that we need to pay for the security protection, including extended nuclear deterrence, that we continue to have under ANZUS. And all this on the assumption that in the foreseeable future, we face a real threat of military attack, or at the very least, serious subjugation of our legitimate national interests from a formidable regional foe, namely the People's Republic of China. If those judgments, if both of those judgments are credible, the benefits of AUKUS do exceed its costs. If they're less than compelling, the costs of AUKUS are manifestly too high, and I believe that to be the case. As to the US alliance, the purchase price that we're now paying for all its exorbitance will never be enough to guarantee the absolute protective insurance that supporters of AUKUS seem to think that they're buying. The limitations of US alliance relationships generally have been shown in stark relief with Donald Trump's present second-term presidency. He sees allies as freeloading encumbrances rather than assets, has no respect for international law and institutions, has no instinct to push back against the excesses of authoritarian governments, and thinks rather, to the extent he thinks consistently at all, in terms of every major power, including Russia, China, and the United States itself, having within its own sphere of influence unrestricted license to act as it pleases, politically and militarily, if not economically. Even if, as hopefully will be the case, the pendulum swings back with Trump's departure, the reality is that whatever the psychological comfort it might have offered us in days gone by, ANZUS has never legally bound the United States to defend us, even in the event of existential attack. Under whoever's president in future, Washington will no doubt shake a deterrent fist and threaten and deliver retaliation if its own assets on Australian soil are threatened or attacked. But that is as far as our expectations should extend. The notion that extended nuclear deterrence justifies our prostration that the United States really would be prepared to sacrifice San Francisco for Sydney, let alone Miami for Melbourne, is and always has been a ludicrous delusion. This submission, my submission, doesn't advocate Australia walking away from the United States alliance. We still benefit significantly from the intelligence cooperation and access to sophisticated technology that's always been part of it, and certainly stand to benefit further from the research cooperation that's envisaged under AUKUS Pillar 2. But we should stop being so dewy-eyed about what always has been and will be a very one-sided relationship, and be very conscious of the risks involved in excessively entangling ourselves in what too often in the past has been and may again be in the future, wrong-headed military decision-making in Washington. As to the threat posed by China, there is certainly much about the PRC's recent behaviour to justify security concern in our region, including its international law-defying territorial ambition in and militarisation of the South China Sea, its repeatedly stated determination to unify Taiwan with the mainland by force if necessary, its dramatically increasing military capability, including nuclear arsenal, its manifest desire to resume its historical role of regional hegemony, to whom obeisance is due in Southeast Asia, its continued assertiveness on other territorial fronts with Japan and India, and its efforts to increase its presence and influence in smaller but strategically significant regional players, including the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and Timor-Leste. All that acknowledged, panic is not remotely warranted. Much of the behaviour in question is no more than can and should be expected of a hugely trade-dependent, not just regional, but now global economic superpower, resentful of any continuing claim by America to unchallenged primacy in regional and global affairs, and wanting to claim its own strategic space and to generally reassert some of its historical greatness after more than a century of wounded national pride. There is no reason to assume that, Taiwan apart, China would ever contemplate outright military aggression, Hitler, Tojo, or Putin style, against any of its regional neighbours, let alone the United States. It's not appeasement to demand that those who beat the drums of war justify their fear-mongering with more than rhetoric. And it's not appeasement to believe that Australia's national interests, as for others in our region, with whom, to its credit, the Albanese government, Penny Wong in particular, as Foreign Minister, has been assiduously strengthening our ties. It's not appeasement to believe that Australia's national interest, as for others in the region, in trying to navigate a course between the United States and China, lie in maintaining close and beneficial relations with both the neighbourhood giants, not becoming either's patsy and working diplomatically to encourage détente between them. While the reduction in tension may prove temporary, like almost everything else associated with the Trump presidency, it is encouraging that the recent Xi-Trump summit showed a willingness to achieve strategic stability, quote unquote, between the two superpowers, rather than to pursue a potentially catastrophic confrontation. Well, it is, of course, the case that any country's defence preparedness, and Australia is absolutely no exception, any country's defence preparedness and its deterrent armoury should be premised on potential adversaries' capability, not on their presumed intent. Well, that's, of course, the case. It makes no sense to talk up the potential threat posed to us by China, let alone take steps which make some kind of military action against Australia more rather than less likely. Not only has there never been any suggestion of China having designs on our territory, nor any conceivable advantage for China in severing its trade ties with us, but not only is that the case, but physical invasion has always been wildly implausible logistically and will remain so. It is worth remembering, I didn't put this in the submission, that Beijing is in fact geographically closer to London than it is to Sydney. It's certainly not inconceivable that a major war will erupt between the United States and China over Taiwan. Even though President Trump has recently shown much less enthusiasm for rushing to Taiwan's defence or even maintaining ambiguity, desirable ambiguity, about that intention than his predecessors. The big risk here is that Australia will join in on the United States side in that circumstance, under irresistible pressure from Washington and out of a misplaced sense of optimism that we'll thereby be buying further lifetime insurance protection from our great and powerful ally. Outright invasion of us by China might not be an option, but certainly grey zone operations, blockade attempts and hit-and-run attacks on particular facilities, the increasing number of major US military installations on Australian soil being obvious targets, certainly would be an option for China. If sanity does not prevail and war does erupt, this is not a fight that it would make any sense for Australia to join. While obviously we should and would absolutely deplore any attack on a flourishing democracy, as Taiwan unquestionably is, the reality is that Taiwan has always been a special case, not enjoying the same kind of universally recognised sovereignty as a Kuwait or Ukraine. Our involvement in its defence would make almost zero military difference, but come at vast cost to us, above all economically, with the overnight severance of all links with our major trading partner that it would obviously entail. So, the ultimate crazy irony is that with AUKUS and its associated commitments, Australia is spending an eye-watering amount to build a capability to defend us from a military threat, which in fact is most likely to arise simply because we have that capability and are using it to fight alongside the United States in a conflict in which it's not in our interest to engage without any guarantee of support in return, should we ever need it. The sovereign agency issue. Australian governments will always insist that they maintain full control as to how the AUKUS assets are used, and that will always remain the case on paper. But the reality is otherwise and will rapidly become apparent if and when serious tensions arise. It simply defies credibility to think that Washington will ever go ahead with its sale of Virginias to us or allow the further access to highly sensitive nuclear technology that's involved in the SSN AUKUS follow-on project in the absence of any understanding that we will deploy those boats to join the US in any fight in which it chooses to engage anywhere in our region, particularly over Taiwan. Are we all meant to simply ignore Kurt Campbell's observation I've already quoted, that we have them locked in now for the next 40 years? Or Elbridge Colby's statement just before he was appointed to the senior policy role in the Pentagon, that delivery of any Virginias to Australia would be highly imprudent without, quote, an ironclad guarantee that they can be deployed at the will of the United States? Or are we meant to just ignore Eli Ratner's statement, the Biden administration's lead on the Indo-Pacific in Canberra in February this year, a little bit more subtly, but still unmistakably, his observation that there was, quote, a need for very serious and deep alliance conversations about our expectations around roles and missions. I've had a personal ministerial experience of being a junior allied partner of the United States in a hot conflict situation. That was the first Gulf War in 1991. And let me just say that my recollections about that experience are not pretty. Those who deny or ignore the loss of Australian sovereign independence that is necessarily involved in our commitment to the AUKUS submarine project are, in my judgment, simply defying reality. And those who accept the reality of our loss of sovereign agency, but actually applaud it as a price worth paying for our protection, as Michael Pezzulo, for one, has done in cheering what he describes as, quote, a pooling of sovereignty, unquote, in the face of a belligerent China. Sorry, that's the whole quote, pooling of sovereignty in the face of belligerent China. People who take that view seem to have lost not only any sense of national pride, but any sense of Australia's national interest. So what next? The strength of the case against Australia continuing its commitment to AUKUS Pillar 1 is such that the most rational course for the government to now take would be to move immediately to formally abandon our agreement, escaping the tentacles of the sunk cost fallacy and embracing a militarily and financially credible alternative Plan B, or actually Plan D, recalling as we must that AUKUS was preceded by two earlier Collins replacement enterprises, the serious but unconsummated attraction to Japanese boats, and then the formal contract, of course, to buy French ones. It has to be acknowledged, however, that the Albanese Labor government, having passed up on coming into office in 2022 the opportunity to comprehensively and stringently review an AUKUS agreement that was still in its infancy, and having passed up the second opportunity in 2025, just last year, when the Pentagon announced its own review, it is the case that the government remains strongly politically wedded to the AUKUS project, as is the Liberal National Coalition, and for what it's worth, One Nation. The current political commitment is so strong that it is very difficult to imagine a unilateral change of course, however compelling the rational arguments may be for doing so. The unhappy reality is that termination of the agreement will probably have to await a determination of unwillingness or inability by the US and or the UK to meet their respective obligations under it, each of them having, of course, clear opt-out rights under the agreement. And with Australia, meanwhile, remaining such a compliant cash cow, that's not likely to happen until at least 2032 and maybe years later. But at the very least, the Albanese government, recognising as it must the reality and gravity of the risk that the AUKUS submarine fleet will simply not be delivered on time, in the necessary numbers, or at all, at the very least, it should now devote major resources to developing a fallback plan premised on the possibility of that failure. It's not the purpose of this submission to prescribe the elements of an optimal Plan B, whether adopted immediately or developed on a contingency basis. Others will be much better equipped than me to do that. But prima facie, such a plan would appear to entail these three elements. First of all, the early purchase with much more cheaply off-the-shelf boats from a capable supplier, France, Japan, Germany, Sweden, possibly South Korea, of an alternative submarine fleet. Not necessarily nuclear propelled, although French sufferings remain an option in that context. A fleet of a sufficient size and capability to maintain credible post-Collins sea lane protection in our most vulnerable surrounds. Secondly, an optimal Plan B would clearly seem to involve more resources devoted to other kinetic weapons within Australia's capacity to deploy effectively, like drones, uncrewed submarines, anti-ship missiles, sea mines, air-to-air missiles, and strike missiles. And thirdly, it would appear necessarily to involve more resources devoted to the non-kinetic cyber warfare weapons that are likely to play an ever greater role everywhere in future conflict. In those last two areas, the highly sophisticated technological cooperation that's envisaged in AUKUS Pillar 2 would be extremely relevant. And it's no part of this submission to argue for the termination of AUKUS 2 or to downplay its potential significance. Of course, the longer the implementation of a Plan B is deferred, the harder it will be to ensure that any replacement submarines will be in place by the time the Collins-class boats reach their final use-by date. It may be, under those circumstances, that a better defence operation in these circumstances would be simply to recognise that the latest revolution in military technology is real and that our huge continents and maritime surrounds will be less well protected by a handful of crewed submarines than by relying wholly on a combination of self-managed air, missile, underwater, and cyber detection and destruction capabilities, with a major reliance on autonomous delivery systems. So my regretful conclusion is that Australia's no-holds-barred bipartisan embrace of AUKUS Pillar 1 is more likely than not to prove one of the worst defence and foreign policy decisions our country has made, not only putting at risk our sovereign independence, but generating more risk than reward for the very national security it promises to protect. I can't imagine this decision being made by any of the Hawke-Keating governments, of which I was a cabinet minister for 13 years. Times have changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gareth, for that presentation to us. And I'm now going to invite commissioners, in the time that we have left available, to ask some questions of you. And I'll just remind commissioners that that microphone will be ready to go, but we'll have to speak pretty closely to it. I might go across to Leanne Minshull to start off with, and then come this way. Thanks very much, Gareth.
Thanks, Peter, and thanks, Gareth. You talked about this a little bit in your presentation, then it wasn't directly attended to in your submission, but given your background and experience in diplomacy, I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how you see Australia's engagement in AUKUS, what impact that could be having in our diplomatic efforts with our Pacific neighbours.
There was a fear that it would get up the noses of our neighbours in the Pacific, and more particularly in Southeast Asia, as being an over-response to a situation and developing a capacity that they'd be wondering what the hell it was all for. That passed pretty quickly, that perception of any sort of risk to them being involved in this. I think there's a degree of bemusement evident around the region as to what the hell we're spending this eye-watering amount of money for, and a little bit of concern that it does seem to be entangling us ever more comprehensively in the US military operation, rather than preserving the kind of independence that we've claimed that we continue to exercise in our own conduct of foreign relations. But I would put that as relatively minor concerns in the scheme of things, and of all the other things that are wrong about the AUKUS project, the sort of the diplomatic downside risks associated with our embrace of it are not at the highest level.
I'll leave it to Chris Barrie to ask some more pointed questions around sovereignty and defence. But I was speaking to somebody at a defence dinner the other night, and they said that American boats already pull into Stirling and other places to, you know, fuel up or get something tinkered with on their engine. And the ability to do that allows them to go back into their area of operation quicker. And why would we be bothered sending them back to the US? So I guess the point is that we already have a level of interoperability, and why shouldn't we? Their position was that we'd actually get more benefit from going deeper into that. Wonder if you have a perspective on that.
Well, it's perfectly true that already we've committed ourselves with the Stirling base exercise, and this will be even more substantial if the Henderson dry dock development just further south takes place as well. We've already committed ourselves to being a major support for US military operations in the Indian Ocean, and possibly, of course, further north as well. Exactly as the B-52 base, now transit base in Tyndall, has that role, and to a much lesser extent, but still significantly, the Marine base in Darwin has that role. So it is the case that we've already been painting targets on our back, but I think that's very different still from the kind of commitment that's involved in these actual attack submarines that we're in the process of committing ourselves to getting. And it's very different. Well, it's not completely different, because, I mean, you know, we are, if America gets caught up in a war over Taiwan with China. And we continue to make the Pine Gap facility, of course, available for their intelligence gathering, targeting and everything else. And if we continue to make the other bases available for the use of American troops, we are, to some extent already being drawn into that conflict. But it's difficult to imagine that those commitments alone being sufficient to justify China, who knows perfectly well that we're a US ally and knows perfectly well that we've got a number of commitments associated with that alliance. I don't think that's going to be enough to get China into full-scale sort of attack mode on Australia. I don't think China is going to want to cut off its own nose to spite its face by severing trade ties in the way that would be the case if it declares outright war on us and attacks us in all the way that I've described. So yes, we're already being sucked in, and I've described the extent to which we are being sucked in what I've said. But going ahead with the rest of the AUKUS enterprise will be to be sucked into a significantly greater extent again, and really significantly greater extent. And that's why I'm worried so much about the cost-benefit downside of that happening.
And as you pointed out before, we're actually, the more we spend on it, the greater the threat that we buy ourselves, which is a great irony. I've got two more quick questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
So firstly, you quoted Alexander Downer on the fact that he believes building subs in nuclear subs in Adelaide is a fallacy. I guess the response from the government would probably be, surely we can do it. Why not dream big? Why not have ambition? Would you have any reflections on that?
Well, of course, we'd all love some job creation on a Gothic scale to occur in South Australia or anywhere else. But it's just simply utterly unrealistic. An ambition without realism is just, indulging in fantasy. It's not good government. I mean, as people are going to argue the toss about the Osman capacity, for the next decade and a half. But, I do happen to think that Alexander, for once in his life, is on the money and responding as he has on this. And it's very difficult to go past that degree of scepticism.
All right, I'll hand over now. Maybe I can leave this as something out in the ether that we can expand on as we go through. But I'd be really interested because you've said that you think walking away from an alliance would be detrimental to Australia, and I'm trying to get my head around what a good alliance would look like. But if you don't want to, that's a very, very broad question, I understand, and I know that we've got limited time, but if you did have an answer to that or wanted to bring it out, that would be great.
Well, in short, I mean, the most we can expect from the alliance is the continued intelligence support, which is serious and is important because the United States has a capacity that's simply far beyond our ability. And should we ever be caught up in some, catastrophe in the future, that will be a very important string to our bow, having that intelligence support. And we do get access, quite apart from what further access might come under the AUKUS 2 pillar, to some pretty sophisticated advanced technology and weaponry, which would otherwise be beyond our reach in the context of. But that said, I mean, the degree of romance there is about the deterrent utility of the alliance and the likelihood of the Americans really coming to our protection in the event of some existential crisis we might face, if they did not also perceive their own interests to be significantly challenged. I think it is just is delusional, and maybe things will get better after the horror period of the Trump administration, but there's always been an over belief in the benefits that flow from the alliance, and certainly it's more fragile, I think, than it's ever been for good reason.
Thanks, Gareth. Chris, I might invite you to put some questions now.
All right. I'd like to go to the relationship with the United States in the sense of interoperability being based on value sets and an understanding that we behave according to the rule of law. I wondered if you had a view now about whether we could have a truly interoperable force with the United States.
Would be
whether we could now have an interoperable force with the US?
Well, I suppose technically it's possible to imagine if we submit ourselves completely to the disciplines that would flow from that complete interoperability. But whether we would want to go down that path is to me a very, very serious question. I mean, it's as simple as that. If you're interoperable, you are effectively subjecting yourself to the US military command in any context in which we might be called upon to, to serve. And I mean, look, Chris, you're much more attuned with the complexity, the nuts and bolts of this kind of arrangement and the implications of it than I am. I simply have this, fairly profound reservation about any abdication of our sovereign agency, our sovereign responsibility in these situations. I think we serve our own national interests well when we preserve complete independence of action. The more you get personnel, cross-posted and into particular boats and cross-post in terms of, command presence, the less and less real it is to contemplate us exercising any independent discretion at all in a very sensitive situation that might arise in the future.
Yeah, I think trustworthiness and reliability underpin my view of how interoperability works. And I think it used to be assumed, and I think today probably a lot more questionable than it used to be. I'd like to now move on to the built-in assumptions from a lot of the conversation that we're dealing with an evil China as a rising power, because people like Hugh White have put forward the view that China's already a large dominant power in this region. Well, you better get used to working with China of the future and rebuild the relationship on that basis to assure Australia of better security outcomes than the ones we saw in the Morrison years of China resenting the way they were being lectured in the media by the government in those days. And that China is behaving in many ways like all large dominant powers. It's very hard to say that they're not. And I just want to now go to the conversation piece about will we ever get those submarines from the United States? Because the data I'm seeing says the building rate of nuclear-powered submarines by China outpaces the United States quite significantly. In 2040, according to an estimate I've read, they will have 90 attack-class submarines. The United States will have just over 60, even if they manage to lift the building rate. And I think that almost destroys the option of a US president saying, Australia, you can have those nuclear-powered submarines because we actually need them for ourselves. Do you have a view on that, on both sides?
Well, I've already expressed a view on both those issues. On the question of China's evil intent or hegemonic role, of course, there's plenty to deplore, plenty to contest, plenty to criticise about China's behaviour. And I, for one, am particularly appalled by its behaviour in Hong Kong, which has, of course, huge downside implications for the possibility of a peaceful resolution of the Taiwan situation, because any prospect of, one country, two systems has gone completely out of the window with the disciplinary crackdown that we've seen in Hong Kong. So there's all sorts of reasons to be, pretty circumspect. But that's not the same thing as saying you're dealing with, sort of a new Hitler, a new Tojo, a new Putin, someone who's absolutely determined to engage in territorial expansion and overreach. I mean, apart from the Tibets and the Xinjiangs and the Taiwan situation, of course, the historical record and recent behaviour just does not demonstrate any belief in China about the necessity of further territorial acquisition. There's plenty of reason to believe that it'd be very comfortable resuming the hegemon status, the kowtow status with other countries in the region. But all the other countries in the region are conscious of that, and everybody's in the business of navigating, the two giants simultaneously. And I think there's every reason to believe that, provided we keep calm, stop talking up the threat potential associated with this, stop assuming that the mere dominance of a country in a region means huge downside implications for our own trade or even worse, our national security. I think it really is critical to put all that to one side and just really, really focus on the diplomacy of achieving détente effectively between the major powers. It doesn't mean you don't go ahead with things like the Quad, demonstrating a capacity for pushback should there be, in fact, territorial overreach in the future. The optics of that, I think, are quite useful, even though lots of people are being very critical of the Quad being a busted flush. It is, I think, significant. It's exactly the sort of thing, as is the kind of relationship building bilaterally and minilaterally that we're doing and Penny Wong's doing in the with our regional neighbours. That's the kind of diplomacy we should be conducting, not holding back on criticism where it's necessary, but not being spooked. So I think we're on the same page on that. On the other issue about
decision making by the US president.
Sorry?
In light of the building program.
Oh, the building. Just shrieks out for itself. I mean that, particularly as you add the Chinese element to the equation and the disproportion that's emerging. I mean, 66 boats, by the 30s is the target, and they're way short of that. And the notion that these boats will be handed over to Australia on any other assumption that they will remain an absolute part of the US command is, I think, just fanciful. And therein lies the problem that I've already described.
It's true that I once chased a nuclear power submarine for Australia, and I'll just point out one of the big limitations of nuclear powered submarines is food. So they always need to seek a port, and they used to come into Stirling, even back in the 80s, to give the crew a break and also to get some food. But I want to move on from that and say, I think one of the documents we don't have in Australia is a national security strategy. I can't see a document, although we talk about our strategic policy. I can't see a document with outlined in the public place what kind of Australia do we want to be moving forward. And when I say moving forward, by 2040, half the world's GDP will be generated in this region, and we'll be a very minor player in that sum. And I would have thought that Australia, with its record in diplomacy as being a country of middle power influence, needs to re-articulate ambitions in that sense and provide some leadership in our region in facing this future. So a national security strategy, I think, is a fundamental document, and flowing from that would have to be a new defence posture, which realises, more importantly, firstly, that there are only two countries on this planet that could invade Australia, China and the United States, and take your pick. But how are we going to look at a China that treats Taiwan like the United States is treating Cuba? Will that be an issue in our domain? Will that be something Australian community will have a view about?
Well, what a decent national security strategy, what a defence strategy would look like in the real world that we're confronting, that you describe. I mean, it's a big, long question, and I'm not going to try and begin to address it now, other than to say that I think we're on the same page in believing that a fundamental rethink and re-articulation of what our interests are and how we can best advance them in the world that we now live in is very much overdue. We're not getting that from the government simply because of the extent to which they've got themselves tangled up with the US and this AUKUS business, because any frank articulation of the security advantages that flow from AUKUS has to frankly acknowledge that it's all to do with shoring up American military capability in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, the first island chain, that's what these boats are about. And of course, no government wants to admit that this huge expenditure is being based on such a flimsy and unattractive premise. So we're not going to see a seriously objective strategy so long as we have this AUKUS albatross around our neck, I fear, but it's certainly overdue.
The No Worries report from the National Security College, released late last year, had spoken to some 6,000, or had submissions from some 6,000 Australians. Their view was that the most important national security requirement was to live in safer communities. The lowest on the list was a direct attack on Australia, way down the list of their concerns. And yet here we are talking about something that can only deal with direct attacks on Australia at vast expense.
Yep.
Thanks very much, Chris. A couple of questions, Gareth. Firstly from me and then from Carmen Lawrence. So my question's pretty straightforward. You referred to your personal experience as Foreign Minister in the first Gulf War. And I think, to quote you, you said your recollections were not pretty, but I was wondering whether you'd be willing to expand on that for us here.
Well, the reason I didn't elaborate on that in the formal submission is that, memory is unreliable, and I couldn't completely swear in a court of law to the complete accuracy of my recollection in this case. But to give you the gist of it, and certainly as I do remember it, the context was the first Gulf War, the good Gulf War, not the lunatic one in 2003, the good one, which was supported by UN Security Council resolution, in which Australia made available a couple of boats to go into the Gulf and some other personnel at the same time. My recollection is that as soon as those boats arrived in the area, they were ordered by the US to move to a particularly vulnerable location. Chris might have a better recollection of the precise circumstance than I do, but I remember it as extreme vulnerability and a real fear that this could end in tears quite rapidly. So I rang Jim Baker, the US Secretary of State, with whom I had a very good relationship. We'd worked together on Chemical Weapons Convention, God knows what else. And I said to him, as I remember it, Jim, you know how supportive we are strategically of this whole enterprise. And of course, we recognise that some tough tactical decisions have to be made. But given that this could so quickly turn pear-shaped for us and be a real problem for us politically in Australia, we really, really would have appreciated just a teensy bit of consultation before you ordered this particular deployment. And as I remember it, this was certainly the gist, if not the exact words, as I remember it, what he said was this: listen, buddy, we're running this effing war, not you. And that concentrates the mind. That really does concentrate the mind, because the reality is we're always the junior partner in this enterprise if we're caught up in these situations. And we have to recognise that, and to recognise that, if we want to maintain our dignity, if we want to maintain our independence, we really do need to have the capacity to make our own judgments about just what particular risks we're prepared to take in any particular situation. And that's not part of the deal when one is working with the Americans. Frankly, under any administration, it's not just, I've worked with the Bush senior administration, I've worked with the Clinton administration, all of them more principled, more decent and more competent than the present United States administration. But there is this degree of assumption that essentially of superiority, that if a solution to a problem is not made in the United States, it doesn't exist. I've got other recollections about the US response to our Cambodian enterprise, which is, for example, which is universally recognised as a very significant achievement for creative Australian diplomacy.
Yeah.
When my American counterpart, the lead negotiator, wrote a book about it all, a few years later, I think the Australian role got a 3-paragraph mention. And this is just the sort of reality that you live with. I'll just add one other thing to this, because it's always part of my shtick when I talk about the US relationship. We do best and most productively with the United States when we are very clearly articulating an independent position. Jim Baker, again, called me in 1989 about the lack of progress that was being made on the Chemical Weapons Convention. It was completely stuck in Geneva, Committee on Disarmament, had been stuck for nearly 20 years. And Baker said to me, you and I are on the same page on this. We want to get this job done. But frankly, Gareth, we're too big and ugly to take the lead on this. And you've been making life difficult for us recently with your position. I think it was on MFN status for China. You've been demonstrating that you're not jumping to our tune. We would like you to take the lead on a new initiative, bringing together government industry worldwide to see if we can break the deadlock on this chemical weapons thing. It was and of course we did that, and that was one of the success stories of that period. It's a classic demonstration, I think, that we serve legitimate US interests best when we are at our own independent best, at our most credible, at our most dignified. And that's my position on this.
Oh, look, thank you for that. Carmen Lawrence asks, how able, Gareth, in your view, is our current foreign affairs establishment to influence momentum of AUKUS and plan for alternatives?
I suspect, without hard evidence, that our foreign affairs establishment is pretty sceptical, pretty troubled about the whole AUKUS project, but feel that they simply can't put their head above the parapet, either at a ministerial level or certainly at a bureaucratic level. I suspect that's the reality, because the downsides, as I've tried to articulate them, are really pretty evident as you look at this. Defence, of course, is a different story, and Defence Minister's a different story, and all of this. And I think it's very difficult politically under those circumstances for the government to move. But I think if there was to be such a move, you would not find a lot of pushback coming from DFAT.
No, look, noted. And Carmen Lawrence's second question, could you or would you expand on the risk of bases such as Stirling Base? And does the government have a responsibility to inform the public if in fact there are risks?
Well, it's self-evident that Stirling faces very real risks, as does Tyndall, as possibly also Darwin, certainly Pine Gap and Alice Springs. If things turn pear-shaped, things turn kinetic, then Stirling is a target. And there's no argument but that governments need to be frank, publics in this situation. And it's time to be thinking about that vulnerability now, I think, not, years hence when the situation might actually arise.
Thanks very much, Gareth. Commissioners have to ask questions now. And if you've got anything that you'd like to address to us, you could bring it up to the side of the table. We can have a look at it. But questions come from commissioners. Karina?
Thank you, Gareth, for that. I'm certainly with my L plates when it all comes with defence and so forth. My really question in my head is around supply. In order to build these things, these submarines, do we have enough of these supplies? Where will they come from? And what is Australia's role? So, everything that's needed to build these technical and complex machinery, from building those things, but then also to power as well. And, where are things like uranium coming from? What's the demand, and what is Australia's role in this as well? Just, my very first question that popped in my head was around that.
Well, a lot of the technology involved, of course, is very, very sophisticated and incapable of being produced in Australia, and we'd have to be buying it in for insertion in the hulls if they were ever to be produced in Australia. But as to the most sensitive material, the uranium, of course, in the case of the Virginias, and will be the case with the SSN AUKUS if they are produced, the propulsion unit is highly enriched uranium. That enrichment process would take place offshore in the UK or the United States, respectively, and the sealed unit, propulsion units, would be completely built offshore. They're obviously part of the Virginia boats and the American process, but under the Tranche 2 arrangements, that nuclear propulsion unit would be wholly built in the United Kingdom, then somehow transported to Australia and insert it into the hull when it's built in Adelaide. That's the way it's intended to work. So that reduces there's no particular need for us to develop any kind of a nuclear industry in Australia to support this. We would be responsible for the ultimate waste disposal of this unit, but they don't require refueling in the way that low enriched units do. So really it's a sealed operation for 30 years. And at the end of the day, we've got, these packages about the size of a vehicle, I suppose, a car, to get rid of somehow. But beyond that, it's not a huge issue. Others will have a different view about the chairman himself, no doubt. But in terms of the supply of the material itself, that's the way it will work.
Look, thanks very much, Gareth. And I wish we had the opportunity to continue this questioning, but we have others presenting. Can I thank you very much for coming in and sharing your views with us with such clarity and with a great amount of distinguished experience that you bring to bear. And everybody, I think, can you please thank Gareth Evans very much?
Thank you.
So I'm mindful of time, everybody, and I'd like to ask Associate Professor Tillman Ruff to come and occupy the space now.
Sorry, Tillman.
And while some of you will, particularly Melbourne people, will know Tillman pretty well, I'm imagining, but by way of introduction, one of the founders of the International Campaign Against Nuclear Weapons, of course, the Nobel Prize winning campaign is highly significant achievement. In the past, an advisor to International Red Cross, and of course, for your day job, I think still at the Nossal Institute for Public Health. But someone who's written widely and spoken at great length about risks of nuclear war, proliferation and waste and treaty obligations. Thanks very much, Tillman.
Thanks very much, Peter and commissioners, for the opportunity to... Is it on?
I think you have to get pretty close to them.
Okay.
Yeah, just stick it right in front of you and you'll be good.
Right. Yeah, thanks very much for this terrific opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of ICANN Australia to focus on a couple of aspects, some which I think have not really had adequate public discussion. There are four areas I want to talk about in varying levels of detail and very conscious of the time. But the first for us as the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, a civil society campaign coalition that started in Australia that now includes over 700 organisations in over 100 countries. Our primary concern, I think, about AUKUS is really that it exacerbates regional tensions in a way that increases the risks of major power confrontation, including nuclear confrontation, particularly in Northeast Asia, in a way that makes Australia even more deeply complicit in the conduct and potential initiation of such conflict and a higher priority target, including for nuclear attack and the number of priority targets in Australia for nuclear attack. So that's our really first and fundamental concern, but the one I won't spend more time on because I think others will address that more comprehensively. The second issue, which I think has really had inadequate discussion, which also relates particularly to our focus, is the adverse proliferation dimensions of AUKUS Pillar 1 as currently envisaged, and particularly the use of weapons-grade, highly enriched uranium as reactor fuel. This coming to Australia and staying in Australia, as Australia being responsible for the waste, is really contrary to US non-proliferation practice for decades to retrieve the waste from highly enriched uranium that is provided for research reactors. The naval spent fuel in the Idaho National Laboratory in the United States, where US nuclear-powered submarine or naval reactor waste in general goes, is on average 83% uranium-235. The Hiroshima bomb was 80% uranium-235. That is still weapons usable material, even in the waste. The exact amounts of that high-level waste that will be generated from those submarines is presently regarded as classified by the Australian Submarine Agency. But I'm pleased to be able to present to you some, I think, probably the first detailed public estimates of exactly how much highly enriched uranium will be in those submarines and in that waste. And these are estimates from Professor Frank von Hippel and Dr. Eli Sanchez at MIT, at Princeton and MIT respectively, who are leading experts in this technology. At the start of life, they estimate that every Virginia-class submarine reactor contains 650 kilograms of highly enriched uranium. That's at 93.5% enrichment, that's 610 kilograms of uranium-235. That's 24 times the IAEA significant quantity of HEU capable of building a nuclear weapon. At the end of life, that will still be 80% enriched, and it will be 375 kilograms of uranium-235, i.e. 15 significant quantities. And that's a very conservative estimate. Modern nuclear weapons contain a lot less than that significant quantity. Modern US weapons is declassified contain around 10 to 15 kilograms of highly enriched uranium. The loophole that is in the IAEA Comprehensive Safeguards Agreements, this paragraph 14, this loophole that was created by Italy and the Netherlands in anticipation of nuclear-powered submarines, has never previously been exploited. It allows the removal from normal safeguards arrangements for non-nuclear weapon states to take material out of safeguards for a specified period to notify the IAEA of its quantity and its type, but these are not full safeguards, and then to return that material to full safeguards afterwards. Negotiating such an arrangement that was designed for fixed reactors on land, for a mobile stealth platform that most of the time nobody's supposed to know where it is, poses a huge challenge in terms of safeguards. And there's no way that these are going to be anywhere near equivalent to the full scope safeguards that would apply on land, or the additional protocol requirements that Australia is subject to in its safeguards agreements. The concern is underscored by the historic fact that it's almost certain, I think it can be given, that highly enriched uranium naval fuel in large quantities poses a proliferation risk because of the clear documentation that a significant proportion of the nuclear material that enabled Israel's nuclear program came from highly enriched uranium intended for naval use in the United States. We will not be the first to exploit this loophole, to prise this open, best left closed. Brazil already has a long-standing nuclear-powered submarine development program, but an indigenous one using low-enriched uranium, which cannot be used for weapons, and it's of far less proliferation concern. Iran has variably claimed to also have plans for nuclear-powered submarines, although no reported activities. Japan is now considering, and South Korea has now been approved by President Trump for uranium enrichment and reprocessing capacities that were previously denied them under their nuclear agreement with the United States, to build nuclear-powered attack submarines using low-enriched uranium. And Turkey also last year announced plans to build nuclear-powered attack submarines of unspecified nature of the fuel. This really, Australia accepting massive amounts of directly weapons usable material that we will be responsible for the long term, requiring not just absolutely strict isolation from the environment for health and environmental purposes, but military levels of security, because it will pose a proliferation risk and a theft risk for geological periods of time, is really contrary to Australia's, I think, commendable efforts in the past to reduce our use of highly enriched uranium. The reactor in Sydney is now run on low enriched uranium. We've gotten rid of most of our highly enriched uranium, returned it to the US. We only have a couple of kilograms. Now, we support diplomatically the goal of a treaty to cut off the production of fissile materials that can be used for weapons. This flies in the face of those commitments. And it's unnecessary because French and Chinese nuclear-powered submarines are already run with low enriched uranium fuel. The downside is that refueling may be necessary, but in compelling arguments that Professor von Hippel and Dr. Sanchez have submitted to the Commission in writing already, there's very strong evidence that the use of high-assay, low-enriched uranium fuel, increasing the density, which has already underpinned the transition of most research reactors in the world that were fueled by highly enriched uranium to low-enriched uranium, is adaptable to submarine use with essentially equivalent energy production at very comparable density. So a combination of possible refueling and a slight increase in reactor compartment size that could be accommodated into Virginia-class submarines not yet built, and certainly any new SSN AUKUS submarines could be powered using low-enriched uranium. As I read it, we have completely lost and not taken any opportunity to use Australia's plan to acquire nuclear-powered submarines as an opportunity to advance low-enriched uranium naval reactor fuel. It's something that we could have helped support. We could very reasonably insist that the SSN AUKUS submarines, which are so far away that low-enriched uranium refuel should be eminently feasible. And in any case, the submarines can be designed and built to anticipate that future possibility. The current stockpile in the US of highly enriched uranium for naval propulsion purposes will last until about 2060. If we proceed down a HEU-powered route, we will be adding to the need for the United States to again produce highly enriched uranium in later decades, extremely adverse from a proliferation point of view. The third point I want to refer to is Australia's legal obligations, and in particular, the South Pacific Nuclear Weapons Free Zone, the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, of which we were a founding member. That treaty very specifically prohibits the stationing of nuclear weapons in states' parties, not transit, which is left up to states to determine, but stationing, defined as emplacement, emplacement, transportation on land or inland waters, stockpiling, storage, installation, or deployment. ICANN has recently obtained eminent legal advice from Dr. Chris Ward QC, which I'll be pleased to table to the Commission as well, which makes it clear, given that this same definition is reflected in the implementing domestic legislation in Australia for the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone obligations. In Dr. Ward's view, the obligations of Australia under the treaty to ensure that nuclear weapons are not stationed in Australia or territorial waters means that lengthy visits on a permanent or semi-permanent basis, rolling visits of vessels or aircraft such that one nuclear-armed vessel or aircraft leaves only to be replaced swiftly by another, or visits that have the deliberate purpose or intention of permitting a nuclear-armed vessel or aircraft being located for military deployment directly from the location being visited, all would be inconsistent with Australia's obligations under Article 5 of the treaty, and would also be inconsistent with Australian domestic law, which also provides individual criminal sanctions for violations of Australia's treaty obligations. I think on any plain common sense reading, it would be impossible to interpret either the dedicated new infrastructure that's being constructed to host B-52s at RAAF Tyndall on permanent rotation, or the extensive multi-billion-dollar facilities, including substantial numbers of US permanently present personnel at HMAS Stirling, as anything other than stationing. And while those Virginia-class attack submarines that the United States can escalate the rotation of here next year are not currently nuclear armed, the Trump administration has reactivated the development of a new nuclear-tipped sea-launched cruise missile, which the requirements from the contracts are that they be operational by 2034, and they're targeted to go on Virginia-class submarines. So those submarines will, in a matter of small years compared with the timescale of AUKUS planning, be again nuclear armed. I think a really serious risk in terms of Australia, for the first time with the B-52s and these AUKUS arrangements, becoming not just eyes and ears and communications and intelligence and targeting support, but an actual operational base permanently on a continuing basis for forward operations, including nuclear armed ones. The fourth point I'd like to make briefly is that it seems to me that we really welcome the governing party of the Australian government, the Australian Labor Party's now long-standing national policy platform commitment to join the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. That's now been reaffirmed at multiple national conferences and taken to a couple of elections. The best way, we're really concerned that that commitment is undermined and made much more difficult by these escalating arrangements of nuclear enmeshment that include the AUKUS provisioned permanent deployment of soon-to-be nuclear-armed attack submarines in Perth. Recently, 160 civil society organisations in Australia, large and small, Australia's largest church, Australia's largest union body, supported a declaration that ICANN coordinated, calling for no nuclear weapons in Australia, calling for urgent joining of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and for Australia to put clear guardrails around its nuclear-powered cooperation. The Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons would be the best way to put firm guardrails around our military cooperation with the United States to keep nuclear weapons out of that cooperation. Thanks very much.
Look, thanks very much, Tillman, for that. And I think all of us really recognise the remarkable work that civil society has done, particularly through ICANN over the years. So we value that presentation and also the additional information and material you've brought for commissioners to consider. I'll ask commissioners to put some questions to you, if I may, and I may come across to Leanne if she wishes, and let us keep this very important exercise going.
Thanks, Peter, and thank you, Tillman. I've got a couple of questions. I might ask them together if that's okay, rather than one at a time. The first one goes to, I'm just curious on how many other countries use high-grade, if you can help me out a little bit here, highly enriched uranium in the submarines, because you were talking about all the other countries who didn't and the fact that we don't need to either. So I'm interested to know how many actually do, and also what you see as the co-benefits to the US in wanting us to enter into that cycle. I mean, you alluded a little bit to the fact that it could be that it would be a hand up to the nuclear industry in the US, but I'm just wondering if you can expand on that a little bit more. And the other thing is, it feels a little bit like a spy movie to me or something. Like, I actually don't understand how nuclear material just goes missing. Like when you said that it helped with proliferation because Israel, some of their nuclear weaponry was from enriched uranium that was meant for other means. And to me, that just seems well, I'm having trouble kind of understanding how that would work. And then I'll leave the other questions to the people on the panel who've got more experience in this area. Thanks, Tillman.
So just to clarify in case it's helpful, technically uranium that's more than 20% enriched is considered highly enriched uranium. Weapons grade can really be anything above 80%, but is typically over 90%, uranium-235. Currently, only 6 nuclear-armed states have nuclear-powered submarines. This is closely guarded, highly sophisticated technology. So Australia will be the first state without nuclear weapons to acquire nuclear-powered submarines under this plan. A lot more countries have used particularly highly enriched uranium for fueling research reactors in much smaller quantities. About 50 such countries did, and this was really from the late 50s onwards, both the United States and then Soviet Union in promoting nuclear technology and relationships with other states, donated, supported expansion of nuclear technology in other states and basically provided both reactors and highly enriched uranium fuel to run research reactors in over 50 countries. When the problems of, and that was up to, in the 1970s, 30 nuclear weapons worth of HEU per year was being exported from the United States alone for research reactors around the world. That when the United States decided to stop reprocessing and realised the proliferation dangers here, in part initiated by Professor von Hippel. You might remember the Obama security summits were part of this. That highly enriched uranium was, and with agreement with Russia, much of that highly enriched uranium was returned to Russia and the United States, its source countries of origin. And about 30 countries the HEU was removed down to quantities less than 1 kilogram under that program, including Australia, by the way. So most research reactors in the world now run on low enriched uranium. The US has converted almost all of theirs. We've converted ours. So there's been a widespread recognition that spreading HEU around is a bad idea from a proliferation point of view. And submarines on the part of the United States and the United Kingdom are really and Russia are really the remaining places where HEU is used for non-weapons, non-civilian, but military purposes in naval propulsion. And in relation to the proliferation, the experience of Israel securing large quantities of fissile material from the United States, this is well documented, particularly by Victor Galinsky, a former National Regulatory Commissioner in the United States. A facility in Portsmouth in the United States that managed naval nuclear fuel is almost certainly the source. Nuclear armed states are not subject to international atomic energy safeguards except to the extent that they choose in facilities that they so designate. So very little international scrutiny is possible on those activities. And it really only became evident in the public domain retrospectively when accounting discovered material missing in the order of several hundreds of kilograms of highly enriched uranium. It occurred at the same time as a much larger quantity of yellowcake was missing from European countries with the same destination.
Thanks, Tillman. Chris.
Quite quickly, does Galinsky tell us how many warheads Israel has?
Galinsky doesn't, but I think the best independent estimates of nuclear weapons types and numbers around the world by far, and widely recognised and acknowledged and regularly updated, and whenever official information has come out it's matched their estimates very closely, and that's the Federation of American Scientists, the Nuclear Information Project led by Hans Christiansen, that is the basis for the reports in the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute and many other international sources. They estimate Israel has about 90 nuclear weapons on missiles and aircraft delivered, possibly on submarines. That's not entirely clear. And most of those are from plutonium produced at the Dimona reactor.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, I take it you are supporting a nuclear-powered submarine using low-enriched uranium, like the French Suffren-class submarine, that kind of capability, as opposed to a highly enriched uranium platform.
No, that's the position of my personal view aside. The position of ICANN is that no, I don't think we support nuclear-powered submarines.
At
It's
all.
just that if you're determined to go down the nuclear-powered submarine route, fueling them by low-enriched uranium is both technically feasible and dramatically more desirable from a proliferation and waste management point of view.
Okay. And so the counter argument I've heard from those proposing the highly enriched uranium is you don't have to do a refueling process in the middle of the life of the submarine, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, it's a huge trade-off, I guess, in terms of employability.
Well, in terms of the proportion of time required for refueling, certainly what I'm aware of suggests that French and Chinese submarines refuel roughly every decade.
Yep. That
the time frame involved is of the order of 6+ months, potentially up to 18 months, but typically between 6 and 12. Given the fraction of operation of life that submarines spend out of the water anyway, that's probably not a dramatic increase and can be catered for. And the argument that Professor von Hippel and Dr. Sanchez make in the material that has been provided to the Commission is that it's eminently technically feasible to design low-enriched fuel that has the same energy density and could also provide lifetime cores with a combination of fuel that would really be very similar to what's already being used in the research reactor conversion, and that it might, plus or minus, might need a modest increase in the reactor compartment size. Might be difficult for existing submarines, but very easily taken into account in submarines that are not yet built, given that every block of Virginia-class submarines has new technology and new construction techniques and is a different boat from the previous ones.
The South Australian Royal Commission into the nuclear fuel cycle ended up stating that Australia would never have a nuclear power industry, but Australia could take on board and store somewhere in Australia all the nuclear waste in the world. Do you have a view on that?
I think that's somewhat beyond the scope here, but I certainly wouldn't support such an arrangement. I think the greatest risks of nuclear waste occur in transport and transit, and there are multiple problems associated with such potential. But from a proliferation point of view, it's already a significant downside that HEU fuel will be spread to an additional country, contrary to current US policy, and really undermine that practice of retrieving the waste from HEU that the US has provided in fuel. No country, notwithstanding what Gareth indicated, that the volume is small, but the waste is not simply confined to the reactor compartment. There's a whole lot of plumbing and piping and pumps and ancillary equipment that supports those reactors that becomes quite radioactive, from induced radioactivity, from adherent radioactivity that becomes at least intermediate level, and in some cases high level nuclear waste, which Australia will also need to manage in larger volume. And by the way, the treaty agreement that we have, even as amended, does allow for Australia to take waste from US and UK nuclear powered submarines, not spent fuel. That's the only exclusion. But all the other plumbing and pipes and radioactive bits around the reactor, we could potentially end up with. It's a very significant issue because no nation has resolved this huge problem of how to manage this material, and there's no guarantee, given the timeframes involved of the hazards of the material over geological time, that any arrangement that we come up with could absolutely reliably isolate that material for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. The additional complication here is that it needs a really high level of security, because in 10,000 years, somebody could go and dig that stuff up and build nuclear weapons with it.
Yeah, I think it's quite a surprising finding in that Royal Commission.
Thanks, Tillman. Just a couple of final quick questions from me, and you just answered the question that Karina had, I've been advised, so thank you for that. Firstly, just a note, I think this is the first time that we have heard, in terms of volumes of U-235 waste that's likely to be generated and would have to be disposed of here. And I must say I'm a little surprised at the high levels of waste. But on that basis, am I right in hearing you say that no other country has actually come up with a long-term safe high-level radioactive waste disposal facility?
Well, the best advanced plan is in Finland at Olkiluoto, which is getting pretty close to commissioning. And certainly deep geological storage looks like the least worst option. I think there's fairly wide agreement on that. But in terms of the actual construction, siting, maintenance, monitoring, whether you make the waste retrievable or whether you try and put it permanently in isolation, these are really unanswered questions. And, we have had significant difficulty and poor governance, I'd have to say, in Australia on multiple previous attempts to impose radioactive waste facilities involving much lesser levels of radioactive waste. So the potential for the Commonwealth to virtually declare anywhere in Australia, as defence land and impose waste, I think is a profound concern from a democratic and good governance point of view, as well as a health and environmental and proliferation one.
Okay, thank you. The last question, because of time, unfortunately, but thank you for bringing this material to us. Given that it seems as though the disarmament treaty system and framework you're arguing that it's potentially being undermined by the implications of the AUKUS agreement in relation both to the Treaty of Rarotonga and other existing treaties. Does ICANN have any indication that fellow member states or other members of the international community, either civil society or sovereign states, hold concerns of that kind?
Certainly there were substantial concerns expressed by Pacific Island states, by various Southeast Asian states, particularly Indonesia and Malaysia, which have continued to voice concerns at NPT preparatory and review conferences. The most vociferous opposition to Australia's plans has come from Russia and China, including arguments about process at the International Atomic Energy, particularly the argument that this really should be an issue, this unprecedented first use of a major loophole that's both technically challenging and potentially damages the non-proliferation regime, should be open to scrutiny and input by all member states of the International Atomic Energy Commission, and not just the Secretariat, which is essentially what's happened to date. Director General Grossi has made it clear that the arrangements will be developed and then made public. Yes, there is quite profound concern in civil society and governments around the world, I think, around this proliferation-prone precedent, which will not be the first. As I've outlined already, a number of other states are lining up to follow to follow suit, and you know, that creates a whole additional set of proliferation problems.
Well, thank you very much for presenting to us, and could everybody please thank Professor Tillman-Rupp. Thank you. And that material that you've referred to will be part of the submission.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
great. I think we've got Professor Tanter is due to speak now, and I can see Richard Tanter at the rear of the esteemed hall, and I'd ask him to come forward, and I'll just stretch my legs while he's on his way down. Thank you. Thank you very much to Professor Richard Tanter for presenting to us today. He's well known to some of us here, a Senior Research Associate at the Nautilus Institute, Honorary Fellow, Professor at Melbourne University, and a long-time analyst and scrutineer of policy issues that this Commission is considering. So we welcome the opportunity to hear from you today. Thanks, Richard.
Peter, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and the kind introduction. And I'll begin by simply acknowledging we're on Wurundjeri lands of the Kulin people, and the sovereignty has never been ceded. That should be a matter of elementary politeness at this stage in our history of this country, but clearly it's not. And I think that matter is in fact salient to the foreign policy and defence policy issues that we are considering today. I'm principally going to be talking about Pillar 1 of AUKUS, but I'll also say something briefly at the end about Pillar 2. I'll be brief all the way through. I'll probably be a little more polite than Gareth or Tillman, although I greatly appreciated, I only heard part of Gareth's comments and really enjoyed them. And particularly I want to support the last 5 minutes of Tillman's presentation apropos waste, and I'm happy to enlarge on that. I'm principally going to focus on the primacy of strategic policy, Australian strategic policy, and what I take to be its subordination to alliance politics and to American strategy. I think that's the core set of issues that are here on the matter of defence policy. Any weapon system, any deployment, acquisition, hosting of a strategic weapon system in particular, has to address two questions. Firstly, how does that platform or system meet the strategic requirements to which it's nominated to be the solution? And secondly, what are the strategic consequences that flow therefrom? I don't believe that we are in a position to say very much about the actual process there, but I'll come back to that. There are many other critically important issues, not least the travesty of governance operations, the trashing of cabinet responsibility, the lack of parliamentary accountability throughout the AUKUS process, to say nothing of the issues of budget, finance, economic consequences, environment, nuclear waste, and particularly security legislation are flowing from that. All of these are important matters, but I won't say any more about them for the moment. Qua defence policy, those two questions are absolutely critical. And I think what has happened actually is essentially the subordination of those questions, especially in terms of public accountability, to what really amounts to an a-strategic policy, a policy which does not discuss in detail, with care, with balance, the requirements, the consequences, the fallout, and the alternatives to the policy which is being offered. On Pillar 1, on the question of attack submarines, there are a variety of roles attributed publicly by government to the need for these long-range, long stability, long sustainability capabilities. But they're usually in peripheral matters such as intelligence collection, special operations, or basically PR guff about protecting sea lanes from a trading nation, as if our adversaries were not trading nations also. Really, what really matters is the only two strategically rational roles that make sense in the current historical and particularly alliance context are, firstly, a marginal role of a small number of Australian submarines, whatever their character, protecting US carrier task forces attempting to penetrate People's Republic of China defences, in particular coastal defences, and out to the first island chain. In the past, that has not been an issue for the United States. They've been able to do it at will. That is no longer the case and will become increasingly less so. Secondly, a role, again marginal, of Australian attack submarines hunting together with American submarines and anti-submarine warfare assets, Chinese ballistic missile submarines. The point about the latter, of course, is that China has at present very few, and likely in the future reasonably few, ballistic missile submarines, which make up the only possibly survivable part of their nuclear deterrent force. In other words, it could survive an American first strike, maybe, maybe not. But we are contributing very heavily to the possibility of not. And I would suggest that both sets of missions are, if not suicidal, at least deep, hugely risky, and in the long term in particular, if successful to any degree, could not but contribute to deep historical enmity towards Australia. I think we need to think about that. What's really important, I see, or the current context I see, is when I read the integrated investment planning documents recently published by the Albanese government and the related strategic reviews and defence reviews, I see an extraordinary emphasis on interoperability, which in the past was a relatively simple matter of do your radios communicate to each other, but now is interoperability for actual high-tempo combined warfighting operations and essentially combined forces operations. I think, in fact, that Pillar 1 is broken, the submarine one. You'll have many other experts on some of the matters I'm going to be talking about, speaking about this. But I'll just very quickly talk about them. Phase 3, the construction of AUKUS class submarines led by BAE in Britain and the Australian Submarine Corporation in Australia. It is highly implausible that we will receive anything like the stated requirements in anything like the time and anything like the budgetary frameworks. To be quite frank, the British submarine building industry is very close to dysfunctional, and you would be hard put to find a more major government in Europe dysfunctional politically at the moment. And that's a serious impediment. Secondly, so I don't really take that very seriously at the moment, although it has one important residue I'll come back to. Phase 2, which is the Australian Navy's acquisition of American Virginia-class attack submarines. Tillman's addressed part of those issues quite well. I'll say nothing about nuclear propulsion because I support what he said. What's really important is that that requirement, that estimate of 3 to 5 Virginia-class submarines to be purchased from the early 2030s through to the 2040s before the fantasised AUKUS class comes on, is morphing very, very quickly. We now know very quickly that we're clear that Australia will not purchase a new nuclear-powered Virginia-class submarine, blocks 5, 6, 7, or possibly 8. That's not going to happen. We are going to be offered some second-hand. How many of the 3 to 5? We don't know. I think it's also clear, and the US Extraordinary Office of the Congressional Office of the Congressional Research Service, led by its division led by Ronald O'Rourke, made clear the other possibility very clearly being discussed in US command circles at the moment, that instead of RAN owned and commanded Virginia-class submarines, some of those 3 to 5 Virginia-class submarines to come to Australia will in fact be US Navy, US commanded submarines. And if you look at the submarine construction backlog and the specification of American strategic requirements for themselves, the reasons for that are pretty obvious. So we don't know, but it's certainly flawed. It's certainly going to be delegitimized to the extent we have US commanded US submarines home ported explicitly in Australia. Which brings me to phase one, which is the most real and the most dangerous part of AUKUS Pillar 1. And this is the fact that Tillman has alluded to, in fact, Kilton has adumbrated quite well, that since 1991, and under Bush the Elder, all tactical nuclear weapons were removed from US Navy ships, surface ships, attack submarines, and naval aviation. A huge change, most welcome. There is no legal impediment to any administration changing that. It's simply a matter of presidential decision to do so. We know very clearly that the conventionally armed Virginia-class submarines, which are still being built, as Tillman again adumbrated quite well, the Trump administration, and in particular the current Congress, have mandated as a matter of law, as far as they're concerned, that the sea-launched cruise missile nuclear, which is designed especially for the Virginias, is to be delivered by not 2034, as was previously mentioned, but 2032. And the funding is being applied accordingly. The head of the Sandia National Nuclear Laboratory, the people who gave us most of our nuclear weapons on the American side, have said this is a matter of urgency for us and we are proceeding as quickly as possible and expect to meet that target. In other words, by 2032, of course there's slippages, of course there's movement, but by 2032, which by my count is about 2 normal elections away in Australia, this is something we have to face. And the extraordinarily important bottom line is that the Albanese government has refused on repeated occasions of questioning to face the fact that there is no policy or legal impediment to bringing nuclear weapons into Australia, as long as they are labelled transit or visit. I've got some arguments with some of the definitions that Tillman cited from a particular legal expert, but more or less I would agree with that. There is no impediment, and no submarine stays in its home port for very long, unless it's rather sick. In other words, we're not in the fly-in, fly-out territory of the B-52s coming into Tyndall, but we are in a situation where even today, in the last year, there have been 2 Virginia-class submarines coming to HMAS Stirling for what is called deep maintenance, and they've been there for a month at a time. In other words, when Submarine Rotational Force West begins formally at Stirling next year with up to 4 American Virginias and a maybe British attack submarine, but certainly the American ones, we will be effectively home porting American submarines. They may be legally based in their squadrons at Guam, Hawaii, but they will be able to operate from Australia. And to repeat, there is no legal or policy impediment to them being nuclear armed. And that, it seems to me, to be a matter of extraordinary nuclear permissiveness that we should not be tolerating. I'll finish very quickly by commenting on Pillar 2. Most of Pillar 2 consists of evolutions of already existing bilateral matters that I won't go into, and I certainly won't say anything about quantum computing because I can barely spell it, let alone understand its physics. However, I do want to talk about one very real, already built, already very close to full operation, and that's the Deep Space Advanced Radar Capability Site at Exmouth, about 2.5 kilometres south of the Northwest Cape. Communications facility, and another 2 kilometres distant from the extraordinarily advanced American-built space surveillance telescope. Both the dark radar and the space surveillance telescope are aimed at what is called geosynchronous orbits of satellites. The ARC in particular, they all can reach the range of satellites positioned anywhere from the mid-Pacific all the way through to the edge of the western edge of the Indian Ocean. The reason Australia is chosen, as an American Admiral put it recently, location, location, location. He really did say that. And that's the point. This is an American facility which will be considered joint by the Australian government, but which has the capacity to, at high volumes, at high speed, in an automated, artificial intelligence-informed way, and a really good artificial intelligence informed way. Detect, precisely locate, characterise and monitor the movements of adversary satellites. This is what you need for space warfare to be carried out. The data from the SST, the telescope, and from the dark radar will pass through what was called RAF Base Edinburgh, or it is RAF Base Edinburgh, but is now a particular part of the Australian Defence Space Force. But the data goes to and is controlled by Space Command. That's what it's there for. This iterates that pattern of strategic thinking, of ignoring the consequences, and most certainly not discussing the consequences of these matters with the Australian public. I welcome the inquiry as the first step in rectifying that. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Richard. I'll ask commissioners, given that we've got some time constraints, to put questions expeditiously. Leanne.
We've heard quite a bit about the problems with the increasing nuclear weapons or nuclear capability passing through Australia, and you've just touched on a bit of that in your submission. I'm wondering if you could turn your mind to the proposition quite often put by defence and government supporters of AUKUS that this is in fact a great deterrent, which is keeping us safe, not just bringing us, painting us as a target. Thanks.
The first thing I would say, as somebody who has worked on and taught nuclear weapons for a long time at a fairly high level internationally, is that to talk about nuclear deterrence is utterly misleading. Nuclear deterrence would be a very good idea if it would work. But for all governments of major nuclear weapons power, their first consideration is not so much deterrence, but what happens when deterrence fails. And no government of a nuclear weapon state proceeds on the assumption it will fail and that they will be unable to do anything about it. That do something about it is called nuclear warfighting. All of the major intelligence facilities, I think that was alluded to briefly in Australia and by Garrett as well, certainly have a deterrence role, but that is a follow-on from their primary role in ensuring that if there is a nuclear war, nuclear weapons will be used in the way most appropriate to the combat requirements of the United States. In terms of AUKUS submarines, I actually have not seen any serious analysis of that from the Defence Department in terms of a precise connection to a deterrence role, other than at a very general role that if we should support the United States in its activities, global activities in support of nuclear deterrence. And that leaves open, of course, the question of, is that what the United States is actually doing? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thanks very much. No, I'm sorry. No, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, madam. We are not taking any questions from the floor. The commissioners, no, I'm sorry. If you want to talk about it, I reckon you should go outside. We're going to put questions here. Thank you, Chris.
Richard, you're a bit of an expert. Firstly,
I'm in trouble.
do you have a view about whether it was the United Kingdom that started the AUKUS idea?
Anyone who claims to know anything about the inner workings of the leading liar of the Conservative Party at a certain time, I think is probably deluding themselves. I'm sorry to be facetious, but lying is actually really important at this level. And that applies to the Morrison government, as a certain other European President reminded us. I think that it is I would see, I'll preface it by saying the dark radar is listed as an AUKUS arrangement now. Of course, 3 governments, the Anglosphere there, but of course it long precedes, the planning for it long precedes that. So there's that. On the question of the submarines, my reading of, again, who knows what the cognitively impaired president was thinking at a certain time, but amongst the United States planning, I have no doubt this was part of a fairly long, very carefully considered decision. And then I think you have the other 2 partners, leaders of those countries were quite frankly opportunists who saw possibilities. In terms of Britain, well, who else is going to give a dying British shipbuilding industry a massive subsidy for the next 30 years?
On Australian money.
On Australian money, exactly.
Richard-
So I'm sorry, I can't give you a clear answer, but I think I know what the answer is.
I take the point. Annie Jacobson's book on nuclear war, I'm sure you've read. How accurate do you think that foretells the result of a failure of deterrence?
I haven't read all of it. I've certainly read part of it, and I've certainly read the parts that that relate most closely. I think what's really important about the Jacobs book is that she drew on very careful interviews and documentations from a great many people. And in particular, in this case, I think the huge revelation in a public sense was the work she cited from Lynn Eden in her remarkable study, The World on Fire, which indicated that highly bureaucratized, and I say that actually in a kindly way, and rational American strategic, long-range strategic planning of nuclear weapons use going back to the 1950s quite explicitly removed consideration of the thermal effects of fire. And that was it's hard is the reason why. That problem was eventually solved, and Eden reports on that. And I'm thinking more of the Eden book, I guess. I can't read it without feeling absolutely sick. Leaving aside my concerns about war in general, other aspects of nuclear war, nuclear targeting of our country, the questions of the climate consequences of nuclear war, I guess that Ian summed it up, The World on Fire, because it is all the work we have seen on wargaming, and I imagine you've participated yourself in some of it, serious wargaming in the United States, and my understanding in the old Soviet Union, it was rather similar, and probably in Russia, it becomes very implausible that limited nuclear war can be managed. I think that's the point.
That was my view, having read the book.
Yeah.
Thanks. Carmen? We'll wait till that comes across. Richard, thank you very much. Have you had the opportunity, or do you know if anyone has had the opportunity to identify the funding sources, the appropriation, and any of the legal or regulatory oversights of the money that's gone through to DARC?
No, I have not. And I also would say the same thing about AUKUS Pillar 1 as an even larger thing. But at DARC, most of it has been paid for by the United States. It was originally a DARPA, Defence Advanced Research Projects Agency contract to Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory. They developed the first prototype of it at White Sands in New Mexico. It has been built by Northrop Grumman, and Northrop Grumman has the contract for the second one, which is in Wales. Basically, if you think of the geography of what America is concerned with, we are the primary one, location. Western Europe is a place for a second one, and maybe there'll be a third. So no, the figures I've seen about Australia, the Australian contribution, Chris and Nana have seen more, are rather rubbery about that. And in particular, precisely what is covered. We know, for example, that Australia paid some of the money for the transfer of the Space Surveillance Telescope, but that was minuscule compared to the costs of developing and building. These are extraordinary pieces of technology. I mean, DARC, for those of you who may not know, it consists of a set of 7 antennas about the width of this room, transmitting in synchronized, coordinated form to very powerful signals, 36,000 kilometres out, bouncing back another 36,000 kilometres to be received by another 17 coordinated antennas. The physics is really interesting. The technology is genuinely extraordinary. It would be absolutely absurd for us to say anything about its joint character other than the fact we have a few men and women at Edinburgh who will have access to the data at the same time as the Americans.
Okay, thank you for that. A question from Carmen Lawrence. I think this will probably
Sorry,
be.
can I say one more?
Oh, yes, of course.
I didn't mention it. The question of auditing is just immensely important. And it seems to me that one of the things which strikes me is, despite the extraordinary work done by the Australian National Audit Office and the Auditor General, none of the key matters have come within its ambit. I don't understand precisely who gets to say what they're allowed to cover, but it is just extraordinary that we do not know about this.
Thank you for that. Carmen Lawrence asks, it would appear that the risks associated with effective home porting in WA are elevated by the possibility of subs being nuclear armed. Are you aware of any protocols to reduce risk, re-accident or other?
Given that the Australian government, this Australian government and its predecessors, or this Australian government refuses to use the word nuclear capable when these matters are under discussion at Senate estimates, and I'm including ministers, defence secretaries, Australian Defence Force chiefs and their lower ranked people, will basically do somersaults to make sure the word nuclear capable is not uttered in their presence, particularly by ministers. I don't think there is any reason to believe that ANSTO and other agencies have been commissioned for deep study of these matters. I very much doubt that we have any remnants of nuclear civil defence capability going back to which we at one time had a little of in the 1960s and 70s. And I'm not sure whether that's something we want to pursue, but at least it would admit that there is a problem. And I'm not aware of very serious study of this issue as a government priority. If I were the Mayor of Katherine, I'd want to know about the nuclear capable aircraft, which could be carrying nuclear weapons. I don't think they are actually, but there's nothing impeding that except a decision. And if I were involved if I lived in Perth, I'd certainly want to know what preparations we were making. I suspect one of the things I would clarify is I'm not sure that an attack on Stirling would necessarily be a nuclear weapons attack. If you consider the geography, that may not be necessary, but it might. It's an open matter.
Okay, thank you. Do you please thank Professor Richard Tander for presenting for us? And we're breaking for lunch. And we will resume in about 45 minutes. Thanks very much, everybody. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the public inquiry on AUKUS. We've already had the opportunity to hear from a number of presenters who've submitted this morning, and it's been a terrific session, and we will begin again. So thank you very much for your attendance, and for those who are watching the live feed, I'll sort of wave at the camera there and let them know that it's good to know that they're a part of it as well. And we'll have to watch our timelines just a little bit here. So apologies in advance if I do stop people midstream or otherwise. But John Leslie Land is going to speak to us with some pretty significant experience, particularly in the Foreign Service in relation to China and other related matters. And I'll ask John to take the floor right now. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I don't claim expertise in all of the technical matters relating to AUKUS that we've been hearing about this morning, but I began my involvement in diplomatic relations with China in 1971 when we were preparing to recognise the People's Republic of China. And I need to point out that at that time, for a variety of reasons, mainly related to the developments in United States policy in relation to China then, we in the department wrote a policy planning paper in which we argued that we could not rely on the United States to protect our interests at every turn in the implementation of their geopolitical strategies and policies, and that therefore Australia should develop independent policies based on Australia's own national interests and the interests of our near neighbours. That was certainly my view then, and it is even more strongly my view today. Most of my remarks I prepared and tried them out. They should last about 5 minutes, although I've elaborated on them slightly since putting them together. Firstly, also, before I forget, I would like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation on whose lands we meet today. And I personally look forward to the day when their sovereignty is not only acknowledged but compensated for. The main point in my mind with regard to the AUKUS submarine project is simply that it is a $368 billion burden on this and future generations and is likely to increase. I would observe that that's $35 million per day for the next 30 years for weapons of war rather than for weapons of welfare. If we look around the hall here, we can see many of the ideals and policies that I believe the Australia and all Australian governments should be focused on, such things as progress, peace, education, healthcare, and all of the matters that are of concern to the Australian people and which they would regard as being a very important element in an overall security strategy for Australia. The security is not only a defence against possible military attacks. Security involves security from the effects of climate change and many other developments right across the whole of society that are impacting ordinary people all the time. That, of course, is at the moment that $35 million per day is for a system which we've heard this morning is quite useless for the defence of Australia, for the defence of Australia, but is clearly aimed at China. I think Gareth Evans made that very clear. That's $35 million a day predicated upon a fictional threat from China, a fear that has been inflamed by an incessant stream of American propaganda through a compliant mainstream media. All of the examples commonly cited as instances of China's more aggressive posture and possibly aggressive intent are, in fact, demonstrations of China's determination to defend its sovereign territory. Tibet, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and Taiwan are all provinces of China. Taiwan is the only one whose status is considered somewhat ambiguous. However, under the One China principle, which is an international legal obligation which Australia accepted long before it was reaffirmed in the joint communique on the recognition of the People's Republic of China, and Australia is still bound by it. Therefore, freedom of navigation operations in Taiwan's sea and airspace are, as a matter of international law, intrusions into China's sovereign territory and are technically demonstrations of hostile provocative actions by Australia, usually in collaboration with the United States, and possibly can be seen as being under the auspices of AUKUS. I do not believe that China has any aggressive intentions towards Australia at all. China has never invaded any other country, unlike Japan. It has never evinced the slightest intention to attack Australia. China has always sought mutually beneficial relations with Australia, even during the tense period of relations with the Morrison government. Although some of China's actions were described as attempts at coercion, they were always accompanied by the plea from the Chinese side that they wished to pursue mutually beneficial relationship with Australia. As our single most important trading partner, it has underpinned our prosperity for decades. Our trade with China is of enormous importance to us, but I think we need to be careful not to overestimate the importance of our trade to China. Our trade to China is a very small proportion of China's total global trade. So China can do without Australia, but I don't believe Australia can do without China. So the notion that we have to go to war to protect our trade with China, and the AUKUS submarines are clearly, if they're sailing out of the Stirling Naval Base, will be potentially used to interdict China's sea routes and not our sea routes, but they would effectively prevent our trade with China. So going to war against China to protect our trade with China is utterly nonsensical. China is only likely to become an enemy of Australia if, by our own hostility, we make it so. Sadly, because AUKUS is so clearly part of the United States geopolitical strategy to contain China, it makes it more likely that we will be, even unwillingly, cast in the role of an enemy of China. Even if we do believe that China has nefarious intentions towards us, by any hard-headed assessment of our respective capabilities, Australia will never be a match for China in a war. China's missiles can reach anywhere in Australia, even as far as Hobart. We have no defence against them. The AUKUS submarines, if we ever get them, would not protect Australia against China's stratospheric missiles. Our best defence is mutually beneficial relations. That was true the day I started, and I still believe it. $35 million per day would be much better spent on adroit diplomacy rather than submarines that cannot operate in Australia's shallow coastal waters. The Americans also insist that the war against China will start in 2027, That's next year. The submarines will not arrive in time anyway. AUKUS is not only or even mainly about submarines. It is about locking Australia in as a key base for American dominance in the Indo-Pacific in order to, quote unquote, contain China. I believe China is quite uncontainable, by the way. AUKUS cannot be considered in isolation from the Force Posture Agreement with the United States. The Force Posture Agreement effectively surrenders sovereignty to the United States because it provides, quote, unimpeded access to and exclusive use of all agreed areas and facilities. My understanding of this wording is that Australia will have no sovereign decision to determine when, where and against whom United States assets based in Australia will be used. AUKUS is the spawn of the Force Posture Agreement, which enables both it and the militarisation of Australia by the United States. Neither AUKUS nor the FPA are about the defence of Australia. They are for maintaining United States dominance in our region. Any American war against China would be launched from Australia because Australia is now, quote, the epicentre for the projection of US power in the Indo-Pacific, unquote. AUKUS makes the projection of that power more likely. Australia is consequently the epicentre for any retaliation against that power. The interchangeability of United States and Australian Defence Forces under these two agreements, much vaunted by Defence Minister Miles, further vitiates our sovereignty and reinforces the assertion that I made 2 years ago, which was ridiculed at the time, that the United States is not preparing to go to war against China. The United States is preparing Australia to go to war against China. So that's $35 million per day to fund our own destruction. We need to cancel both AUKUS and the FPA. AUKUS was sprung like a trap overnight, with no public scrutiny nor parliamentary approval. Under the Constitution, the executive must govern through the Parliament, not independently of it. Neither the Force Posture Agreement nor AUKUS have been fully debated and voted on by the Parliament. The executive does have the power to conclude international agreements, but by unanimous ruling by the High Court in the case of Williams versus the Commonwealth some years ago, any domestic legal effect arising from their implementation, such as expenditure on assets, construction of facilities, allocation of access, and so on, must each be separately and severally legislated by the Parliament. I very much hope that this inquiry will bring pressure to bear on the Parliament to reclaim its authority and its responsibility to fully examine all aspects of both AUKUS and the Force Posture Agreement, and to pass an act to invalidate the implementation of both, unless and until Parliament has legislated on each detail of domestic legal effect arising from them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. I'll move quickly across to our commissioners to put some questions to you in the time that we have available. And I'll start with Leanne.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks for your presentation, Don. I've got two quick questions. I'm really interested hearing a bit more about your time at working in Chinese diplomacy and what your reflections are on how Australia used to operate and how it may be operating now and where you think that relationship is. And then the second one is you put forward the proposition that it's unlikely that we would be attacked by China. And I think The Defence Minister Miles has also said that on a number of occasions publicly, but that the most worrying thing for Australia's defence from China would more be that it would use other tactics of oppression or isolation to get their way in bargaining over trade and other issues. And I'd like you to make a comment on that. Thanks.
Well, the first one in my experience of working in diplomacy with China, of course, I was the first deputy ambassador to Beijing in 1974 to 1976, during the final years of the Cultural Revolution, when China was extremely poor and really domestically, internally quite unstable. But even then, in my dealings with Chinese officials, and at that time it was not really possible to have much contact with the ordinary citizen, but in dealing with Chinese officials, the one thing that I found every single instance that we were negotiating on anything was that you could always take them at their word. They would not say anything they did not intend. And I think that we really need to be looking at, in this present time, at what statements China makes about its own foreign policy and its own approach to international relations globally, because I think when it says that it is working to pursue mutual benefit and common prosperity for mankind, it actually means it. So that's the first and most important result from my own personal experience in dealing with China at official levels, but also more recently, I've been a very frequent visit to China, and I have had many encounters with the non-officialdom, and the same thing I think applies, that the Chinese people generally mean what they say, and they do what they say they will do. And therefore, I think it is incumbent upon us to bend every effort towards ensuring that China perceives a mutual advantage in its relations with Australia, that as long as each side has something significant to lose, then the exercise of aggression is less likely. That is not to say that I'm naive about the possibility that a great power would use many different aspects of its power and influence to try to get its own way in terms of policy decisions that that it wants Australia to make. We have had a very long experience of exactly that in our dealings with the United States. The United States, again, I think what Gareth Evans revealed, the United States has never been shy about putting pressure on Australia when it wants Australia to act in accordance with its wishes. So, and again, I think Gareth made the point that the best way to deal with that was to act in our own interests and to behave in a politically and diplomatically independent manner, that we should determine our own policies, and we should not be afraid of making it perfectly clear to the United States when our policy interests do not conform to the United States policy interests. And that does not mean that we would necessarily abandon the entirety of our alliance relationship with the United States, but it would mean that we should endeavour to place that alliance on a more equal footing. Ideally, I would like to see Australia to be completely independent of any alliance with any other great power, because with the alliance with any great power comes the potential for coercion. So I would not be recommending that we should enter into an alliance with China, for instance. If I might reflect on something in my diplomatic service, which is not directly related with China, when I was ambassador to the Islamic Republic of Iran during the Iraq war against Iran, Australia's policy was one of strict neutrality in that war. And at a certain point, it became known that the Australian government was considering responding to a US request to place Australian military personnel on United States warships in the Persian Gulf. And I fought very vigorously against that. And I must say, I'm pleased, successfully against that. And the decision was taken to maintain our strict neutrality in respect of the Iraq war against Iran in the 1980s. So I think even at my humble level, it is possible to stand up to pressure to act against our own national interest, and that it is incumbent upon us, and that's what I meant by adroit diplomacy, to stand up to any pressure on us to act against Australia's national interest. I might add that despite what has been said with regard to our relations with Southeast Asia, I'm particularly concerned that we appear to have been increasingly under AUKUS isolating ourselves from the Southeast Asian region, because all of the Southeast Asian countries have decided to adopt a very different approach to China from the one that we are increasingly getting into.
All right, so thanks for that, John, and I'll give Chris the opportunity to answer a few questions. I'm sorry about the time limitations.
I've got a few here, John, but I'll go to the one that I think is most important. Based on your experience in looking around the region, we have seen recently the visit of Trump and Putin to see Xi in Beijing. And that sent certain signals to people like me looking on. But the question I've got is, when we recalibrate our national security policy and our defence posture, and we take into account the experience of our East Asian neighbours in the way they deal with Beijing or China, how would you see being the fundamental principles of that recalibration?
The fundamental principle is essentially one of neutrality, or of balancing between the two great powers. This is the obvious political endeavour of our Southeast Asian neighbours, in particular through the ASEAN organisation, that they are not simply repudiating contacts and relationship with the United States, but they are working, I think, very hard to establish a congenial relationship with China. And we should be, I think, pursuing the same objective. It's unfortunate that the United States has, to a very large extent, made it pretty clear that to Australia that, as they say, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. In other words, if you're not totally with the United States, then you are potentially an enemy of the United States. And that is a condition that we really have to be quite adept at negotiating to avoid.
All right. Now, you said that or you made the statement that the United States was preparing Australia to go to war against China. Have you got evidence to show that that's the case, or is that just your perception from what you've been reading?
Well, most of the things I just cited, all of the bases, I think Pine Gap, Northwest Cape, Tyndall Air Base, the Marine Base in Darwin, and most importantly, the interchangeability that is now claimed for Australian and United States forces. That raises to me the prospect of at least the possibility that United States assets based in Australia could be designated as Australian and then used in a conflict with China over Taiwan, for instance, thus enabling the United States to continue to pursue its policy, its declared policy of never going into a kinetic conflict with a nuclear armed adversary.
All right, thank you for that. Two quick final questions. Well, firstly, on the Williams case, unfortunately, time doesn't permit us the opportunity to both interrogate or analyse that case. I think that it's pretty clear that subsequent governments haven't taken necessarily the same messages that we're hearing ventilated today. Notwithstanding that, can I just clarify, John, is there an argument there that the resumption of contested islands, say, for example, in the South China Sea, or efforts to contain or locate troops there by China is not contrary to international law? Have I misunderstood you?
Is not contrary to international law?
Yeah.
Well, it's a very grey area, largely because of the numerous competing claims that many countries make over particularly the Paracel Islands in the South China Sea. China describes the islands and atolls as the Nansha and Sisha Islands, and they trace their claim to sovereignty back to well before the Tang Dynasty. And they base that claim on archaeological artifacts retrieved from the oceans, on historical documents and maps. So they take the view that they have a very strong claim to actual sovereignty over that area. But of course, so does Vietnam, so does Malaysia, so does Indonesia, so indeed did Taiwan itself. The context is highly complex, and I think Australia should butt out.
All right. Well, for the moment, that's probably where we should conclude that part of the discussion. From Carmen Lawrence, what do you think is behind the reduced emphasis by Australian governments on, inverted commas, mutually beneficial relations with China in favour of a muscular defence posture to contain China?
The United States.
Okay. Well, given that time has been reached, we want to thank you very much for both your submission and the presentation. Thanks very much, John Lander.
Thank you.
I'd now like to ask Emeritus Professor Joseph Camilleri to come up. Thanks, Joe. Again, many Melbourne or Victorian-based people will know Professor Camilleri's work over many, many years, including his time formerly at La Trobe University as an analyst, academic, and a policy expert in the areas of international relations and other matters. Joe, we're all yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to...
Yeah, a bit closer. I think pull that thing close to you, Joe, and then we'll hear you easily.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's great. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I can't stress enough how many people I'm in touch with who are greatly looking forward to the conclusions and recommendations of your inquiry. Let me begin by saying that the decision to become a party to the AUKUS security agreement stands as one of the saddest decisions ever made by an Australian government. It was a decision made for the wrong reasons, in the wrong way, with unfortunate outcomes in the last 5 years and dire consequences looming in the years ahead. Will the submarines be delivered on time? Will they have the desired state-of-the-art capabilities? Will they be delivered at a fixed price or one that's constantly inflated? Will they deliver the desired number of jobs? These are all no doubt relevant questions, but I would like to suggest they don't go to the heart of the matter. What is it then that makes the AUKUS Pact such an ill-considered and harmful policy initiative? Let me begin by raising two issues that don't get enough mileage even amongst those who are opposed to AUKUS. It's first and foremost an affront to democracy. The entire decision-making process, from its birth to the present, has been thoroughly undemocratic. The discussions that led to the agreement in September 2021 were conducted in complete secrecy. And since then, the government has said and done little to take the Australian public into its confidence. The costs, be they economic, environmental, diplomatic, or cultural, have not been seriously addressed, nor have the alleged benefits, nor how the project will proceed in practice, nor indeed how future decisions will be made and by whom. All this justified by repeating the time-worn and utterly duplicitous mantra of national security, as if this explains anything at all. It's a term that should never be used because it obscures so much more than it clarifies. The first statement announcing the establishment of AUKUS told us that the intention was, quote, to meet the challenges of the 21st century, but with great care taken to leave the nature of these challenges unspecified. The partnership, it was claimed, would, quote, deepen cooperation on a range of security and defense capabilities, but little said as to why enhanced defense cooperation was needed at this time, and even less as to what such cooperation would achieve in practice. Yet within hours of being briefed, the then leader of the opposition, Anthony Albanese, affirmed Labor's full support for AUKUS. One wonders how much time he had to consider it and whom he consulted. In the years that followed, little has been said as to the function of the submarines or the objectives to be served by trilateral defense cooperation. The concluding sentence of the Joint Leaders' Statement of March 2023 bears quoting in full. We believe in a world that protects freedom and respects human rights, the rule of law, the independence of sovereign states, and the rule-based international order. The steps we're announcing today will help us to advance these mutually beneficial objectives in the decades to come. The question, how was this to be done? How were these objectives to be achieved through AUKUS? Deafening silence. The closest thing to an explanation of Australia's underlying strategy was the reference by Defence Minister Richard Marles to the, quote, the complex strategic balance, the complex strategic landscape that now prevailed in the Indo-Pacific region. And what he described as, quote, the biggest conventional military build-up that we've seen since the end of the Second World War. In subsequent statements, Miles made it clear that the offender was China. As a trading island nation, Australia had no option but to enhance its capacity to, quote, project with impact. In the days that followed, countless words have been uttered inside and outside the Parliament, but to this day, the justification offered for ANZUS remains riddled with ambiguity, inconsistency, and evasion. At no time has it been made clear what are the specific strategic contingencies for which the submarines are intended. 2, how does AUKUS fit within Australia's broader security framework? 3, what alternative security strategies were evaluated before this one was settled upon? 4, what are the assumptions regarding China's future behavior that underpin the AUKUS decision, and what is the justification for these assumptions? Not the slightest attempt in all of this to consult with the public. Why should one bother with them? Let alone initiate a genuine national conversation on Australia's security options in what is a period of unprecedented change that is transforming the regional and global landscape. And this brings me to the second concern, the exclusion of the First Nations. The democratic deficit becomes even more troubling given the failure to consult the First Nations, despite the fact that AUKUS implementation, including submarine operations, infrastructure, training, industrial production, weapons support, maritime transit, will affect a large part of Australia's land and seas. The simple fact is that AUKUS, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, carries far-reaching implications for 5 things. 1, native title rights recognized under in Australian law. 2, land rights under legislation such as the Northern Territory's Aboriginal Land Rights Act. 3, Indigenous interests in sea, country and coastal waters. 4, heritage protection relating to sacred sites and cultural landscapes. And 5, rights to consultation regarding the economic, environmental and cultural implications of land use and development projects. As a consequence of the unfortunate experiences associated with earlier defence projects, Indigenous communities are especially concerned about the likely impact of AUKUS-related activities. These concerns cannot be adequately addressed piecemeal as individual facilities or activities are about to be developed. An immediate and systematic assessment of Indigenous rights, needs and preferences would need to precede any major decisions regarding AUKUS. Of course, that has not happened. It would need to proceed with the full participation and oversight of Indigenous communities. That is the only viable approach. The consultation should extend indeed to the very rationale of the AUKUS project, since it will impact so many spaces across country over which, let's not forget, the First Nations have never ceded sovereignty. And when dealing with the larger questions posed by the AUKUS adventure, a dose of Indigenous wisdom wouldn't go astray. And now to the flaws of in the strategic assessment, about which I'm sure you'll hear a lot, or have already heard a lot. The rationale for the AUKUS Pact rests largely on the frequently insinuated assumption, never adequately explained, that China poses a major threat to Australian security. This assessment rests on a questionable understanding of Chinese interests and intentions, or for that matter, the methods by which China seeks to expand its influence regionally and globally, which it is trying to do. Labour, it is true, managed some modest improvement in the dire relationship between the two countries. However, after 4 years in office, the Albanese government still depicts China as a rising power whose aggressive posturing is matched by a much expanded capacity for military muscle. Now, China, it is true, has steadily increased its military spending, which rose to 286 billion in 2020 and several more billion in the ensuing years. Similarly, it has expanded its military presence both in the South China Sea and around Taiwan. But none of this suggests that either its military spending or its ability to project military power regionally, let alone globally, are on a scale remotely comparable to that of the United States. Successive US administrations have nevertheless used China's increasing assertiveness in the South China Sea and heightened tensions around Taiwan to justify an expanded US naval presence on China's doorstep, a position Australian governments have meekly supported. AUKUS is therefore best understood as an expression of US strategic priorities and Australia's participation in AUKUS as yet another demonstration of Australia's long-standing alignment with the United States. Simply put, Australian governments remain wedded to the view that Australia's security ultimately depends on protection by the United States. AUKUS begins to make sense once it is seen to be part of an overarching strategic orientation, which includes ever higher levels of interoperability with the US military, multifaceted defense cooperation greatly enhanced by the 2014 Defense Posture Agreement, intimate links with US intelligence agencies, and heavy reliance on the acquisition of expensive US military hardware. AUKUS, then, is a grotesque demonstration of the singular inability of Australian governments to question the value of these arrangements or the wisdom of America's strategic outlook, especially when it comes to the Asia-Pacific region. If we were really close friends of the United States, we might have some useful advice to give them. All this at a time when US hegemonic power is in visible decline, and when such compliance will carry ever greater risks and financial costs. The root of the problem lies in the addiction to imperial power that continues to hold sway in the minds of many among Australia's political, bureaucratic, military, and intelligence elites. Not everyone, but many. And the many are influential. They see themselves as having unique access to an exclusive and powerful club that confers not just safety, but status and privilege. Once it was the British club. Now it's been the American club. They have reluctantly accepted the demise of the former, but are not reconciled to the slow but steady and unquestionable decline of the latter. They feel most comfortable when connected to the Anglosphere and at best uneasy when dealing with the East. This is the meaning and the tragedy of AUKUS, the three Anglo countries. Senior Labour ministers, with an eye to the next election, see no value in provoking the ire of the security establishment that holds these views. And that includes not just armed forces or security agencies or intelligence agencies, but powerful elements in the civil bureaucracy, the media, well-funded think tanks, and an array of pressure groups, not least the defense industry. Ultimately, the greatest cost of AUKUS, or the second greatest cost of AUKUS, and associated entanglements is not the financial outlay, but the continued entanglement with an imperial power in decline, which is when imperial powers become more dangerous. History tells us that. Technological sophistication, high levels of military spending, the flexing of military muscle on a global scale don't easily translate into military victory or political control. And we know what's been happening for the last 40 or more years. The deadly and largely ineffectual war on terror, the disastrous war in Iraq, the protracted conflict and humiliating retreat in Afghanistan, the unholy mess in Libya and Syria, the unfolding tragedy in the Middle East, not least the folly of the current Iran war, and they all point to the fragility and the limits of US power. And the saddest cost, and possibly the most important cost, the failure to examine seriously, as a nation, with a government or the political class in a position of leadership, alternatives. The AUKUS misadventure is a highly damaging distraction from the issues that matter. It prevents Australia from addressing the crucially important task of assessing, responding to the present regional and global challenges ahead, which are economic, environmental, cultural, as well as geopolitical. If Australia is to rethink its place in the world, in the light of the profound geopolitical, environmental, economic, technological, and cultural transformation currently underway, revoking the AUKUS agreement is an urgent necessity. But doing away with something obviously is not enough. That something is problematic because it prevents us from looking at the other things in depth. Australia as a nation needs to pause and consider the very meaning of security in today's world and the dangers posed by the militarization of security discourse and practice. The overemphasis on military threats needs to give way to notions of human security, where the accent is on reconciling diverging interests, histories, and grievances within, very importantly within, and between countries, rather than on fueling arms races between expanding and ever costlier military arsenals. What Australia needs more than ever is to strive for a security policy framework bounded on three key principles. Common security. We cannot be secure when our neighbors don't feel secure. Cooperative security. Security pursued in collaboration with others. And comprehensive security. Security across all the major threats to human existence, of which the military threat may not turn out to be the most serious or the most immediate. Crucial to this enterprise is finding a pathway to a substantive and durable Australian security and cultural dialogue, to be developed in close consultation and cooperation with our Asian and Pacific neighbours. Conveying these perspectives and recommendations that flow from it to the Australian government and more generally to the Australian Parliament will no doubt serve some useful purpose. But let's be clear, such an exercise is unlikely to achieve a great deal in the short to medium term. The more pressing need, the more important need, is to address this assessment of the road ahead to the nation as a whole. It's the nation ultimately that matters, not political parties. And to the diverse organisations, small and large, that make up Australia's civil society. In the light of the AUKUS fiasco, the urgent challenge before all of us is to cultivate an informed, respectful, and ongoing national conversation about Australia's place in the world and the contribution Australia can and should make to its own security, in tandem with the security of its neighbours, the security of the entire human family, and of course, the security of the planet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Camilleri, for that address to us. I'm very mindful of time, so I'm going to ask fellow commissioners to ask a brief question or two, and if possible, to be followed briefly as well. But there's much to consider there, and appreciate very much the contribution that you've made. Leanne.
Thank you. That was wonderful. And I think it really lifted, well, it certainly expanded my brain. And if we are going to have a parliamentary inquiry into AUKUS, I think you writing the terms of reference would be a really great start to that. Other commissioners are going to want to ask questions. So I'm just going to put this out there. It's a big question, but you've put down some big concepts in front of us. And what's exercising my mind after listening to you is actually, if we have a cultural addiction to imperialism, what are the first steps we take to rid ourselves of that addiction?
Well, in my view, the first step is to take advantage of two priceless assets that Australia has, which perhaps it didn't fully realize a century ago or more, and could not have realized a century or more ago. One is Indigenous wisdom. How would Indigenous people see Australia relating to the rest of the world? It's time we consulted them. And the second is the multicultural fabric of Australian society. Most of the people that have come over the last 50 years have no knowledge or empathy for empires that form part of the Anglosphere. By and large, they have not been consulted on how Australia, the ethnic communities of Australia, which are now so numerous and so diverse, have not been genuinely consulted. But Australia has two very large Asian populations, Asian background, both well over 1 million, Chinese and Indian. You'd think the Chinese community in Australia might have a few ideas about how to relate to China. They have never been seriously consulted on foreign and defense policy. We have a significant Afghan community. They were never consulted about what to do in Afghanistan, not even about the wisdom of attacking this group or that group in that particular country, even in that particular location, even though many of the Afghan members of the Afghan community had friends or relatives in the areas being attacked. How could you do that? So these are two assets we must now bring to the task of rethinking as part of a national conversation of what should be the direction of post-imperial Australia, meaning post-imperial connections as being the centerpiece of the way we see and understand the world, and Asia Pacific and the Pacific Islands should be center stage of that reconsideration.
Very quick. In breaking free from our past, would you support the idea of having a citizens' assembly to open the conversation to all sorts of communities around Australia?
Well, citizen assembly means different things to different people. One way it's normally is often understood is some kind of representative group being brought together. Nothing wrong with that. It's useful, but I think we also need to have I would love to see a series of community consultations with the active engagement, not just of federal bodies, but state and local government bodies, enabling the consultation, not directing it, enabling the consultation to occur in the workplace, in localities, in other areas in which people have association with or connection with. We need to have this conversation. This is a critical moment, not just for Australia, but for the world, and how we handle it has to involve the community. And as part of that, that should be integral to education at all levels, from primary to secondary to university, and unfortunately, it is not at the moment.
Well, unfortunately, time doesn't permit us to ask any further questions, but it's a very comprehensive submission, and I want to thank again Joe McCamilleri very much for coming down. So thanks, everybody. And while Professor Camilleri is coming away from the microphone, I'll invite Rod Campbell, our Research Director at the Australian Institute, to come up and speak to us now, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yes, my name's Rod Campbell. I'm the Research Director at the Australia Institute, an independent research organisation headquartered in Canberra. And I acknowledge our co-CEO, Leanne Minshull. And I'll also out myself here. I'm an economist. And economists are often referred to as the dismal scientists, but I'd have to say relative to the previous speaker and some of the other evidence that you've received, I feel that this will be some of the more jolly and good news evidence that you're probably going to receive, which will be a relative thing, I guess. Me specifically and economists in general don't know very much about submarines. We don't know very much about international security strategy, and we're certainly not able to predict the future. But what economists are reasonably good at is looking at trade-offs, what we like to call opportunity cost, or what some people like to call the idea that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Australia is a rich country, and we can afford to do pretty much whatever we want, but we can't afford to do everything we might want. And so I agree with former Treasurer Josh Frydenberg that we can afford AUKUS, and that he also said, as I've put in our written submission, that anything is affordable if it's a priority. But I think the problem here is that Australia needs to work out what its priorities are, and that's a democratic decision, and it's not one that people should be asking economists about. Again, you ask economists about the trade-offs. What are the costs and the benefits of any particular policy or project, and what are we giving up by pursuing that particular policy or project as opposed to another? And so when it comes to AUKUS, there's quite a bit of discussion about what does it cost, and a lot of the relevant references are in our written submission. But I don't propose to spend a lot of time today talking about the cost estimates, basically because they're not very good, and we really don't know. The widely cited $368 billion figure comes from a 3-year-old one-page response from the Department of Defence when the Parliamentary Budget Office asked a question on behalf of then Greens leader Adam Bandt. It really is a one-line table that, with no references, no sensitivity analysis, no supporting documentation, that is the basis for the most widely used cost estimate for this very important project. So I suggest to commissioners that we don't spend a lot of time interrogating that figure or a handful of subsequent figures that have been provided to the Parliament and elsewhere, because we just don't know. Compared to other economic assessments of projects and policies and what would be required of an education program or an environmental program, the documentation just isn't there to prosecute this. And to some extent that's fair enough, because we're talking about costs into the 2050s. Economists are not good at working out what interest rates will be next month. We're certainly not good at working out what defence budgets might be in 30 years' time. What I suggest we do spend a bit more time looking at is trying to put these general magnitudes of costs. So we're talking somewhere in the vicinity of low tens of billions of dollars per year. I suggest that we spend a little bit more time putting that in context. What does $10 billion or $20 billion mean to Australia and to Australians coming out of a federal government budget? It's not a huge amount by federal government standards. I think it's in our submission. I think it's a little under 2% of total federal government revenue. So this is affordable, but it's not something that does not have opportunity cost. There is no free lunch. So there are basically three ways that we could pay for the AUKUS program. We could raise more money. We could start taxing the gas industry more effectively. We could start taxing the fuel that BHP uses and has recently decided not to stop using. We could rein in tax breaks for wealthy superannuants. There are all kinds of ways we could raise more money. We could raise the company tax. I suspect so all of those have different implications for different people. Alternatively, rather than raising more money, we could stop spending money on other things. The federal government provides about $20 billion a year to private schools. I suggest that could be reined in with probably good results for equity. Whether or not that's something governments want to do, what the community wants, that's up to them. But there is scope to reduce spending in the government budget that could potentially pay for AUKUS. But that has implications for Australians. Do we want less pharmaceutical benefit scheme and more submarines? Don't ask economists what the right answer is, but we can talk about the extent to which that is a trade-off. Or finally, we could just borrow money. We could increase government debt and incur interest costs of probably in the order of $15 billion a year. The calculations to that are in our submission. If we want more government debt, that's okay. But again, that's a democratic decision that needs to be made. So perhaps I'll end my opening statement there and encourage questions, because again, economists should be asked questions rather than being allowed to tell people what to do.
There'll be no argument from up here on that assertion. Thanks very much, Rod. I'll go, as I have previously, across to Leanne, and then after that to Chris, and we'll see if there are other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rod. I just want to ask a little bit about the three ways that we could spend, that we could fund AUKUS. So you're saying that we could raise money, we could stop, really slash services, or we could borrow money. I think I and most people understand how the first two work, although we can dig into that a little bit more. But when you say borrow money, what does that actually mean? What do you do? How does a country borrow money to build a submarine?
Yeah, I mean, so most government borrowing goes on through issuing bonds. Essentially, the Australian government says, we'd like some money. Who would like to give us this money? We will give you this thing called a bond. You hand over the money, and over time, the government will pay it back. And so, I'm sorry.
With interest.
With interest.
Yeah.
And the interest rates are fairly low because lending money to the Australian government is a pretty reliable investment. I think you'd be looking at about 4%. I think that's about the average yield on a 10-year Australian government bond, or a 10-year loan to the Australian government. Government bonds are often and quite easily traded amongst investors, so they're seen as a fairly desirable, safe form of investment. We could do this, but again, it's not so much how you raise the money. The point about opportunity cost is that you can't have everything. We're still going to have to direct real resources. To some extent, bond trading or printing money or creating credit. That we could spend the entire day talking about the science and the tricks of monetary policy and how governments can create money or destroy money or move money around. But ultimately, we're going to have to talk about real resources, actual people's labour and skills, metal and energy, all of these things that are real tangible things, they will have to be directed into this program at the expense of other things. So yeah, we can certainly borrow money, but eventually there is a real cost to that in terms of resources being directed to submarines as opposed to something else.
Oh, just touching on resources, if we were going to direct jobs and real resources like steel and other things to build submarines, there's a lot of contention over whether we'll ever get to that place or not. But what do you see as the impact? Let's say, for argument's sake, we're there and we are putting a lot of labour and actual physical resources into building the subs, and also a lot of housing for US service people to live in Australia. What's the type of, how do you see it in terms of a job market and skills? Will that take away from things like housing or building infrastructure in a meaningful way, I suppose, or will it just be marginal?
Yeah, that's a good question, because in media and politics, any jobs number is always considered big and important. And so I'm sure that there have been speeches and estimates of AUKUS could create 3,000 jobs or some numbers of thousands of jobs. And you might even be able to come up with some calculations to justify those kinds of estimates. But ultimately, we're a country of 27, 28 million people, a workforce of 14, 15 million people. In terms of overall jobs numbers or overall housing quantities, no, this is completely insignificant. The monthly fluctuation in unemployment or employment numbers would dwarf any possible overall jobs creation number of submarine building, AUKUS, etc. This is not a big deal for jobs in Australia. A big deal for jobs in Australia is healthcare, education, service provision. Those are the huge sectors that employ, off the top of my head, 50% of the Australian workforce. Defence manufacturing would be a tiny fraction of 1%. So in terms of overall jobs numbers, if we were to house US specialists in submarines in Australia in publicly provided housing, in terms of the overall housing situation in Australia, no, that would be completely rounding error and immaterial. But where it would be important is in other projects, other businesses, other policies that might want some of these very specialised skills. So I would imagine there are only a handful of people who are qualified to, and I'm picking examples off the top of my head, weld a propeller onto a submarine. There can't be that many. These are very specialised skills, and those people are probably needed to weld bridges together or weld lithium mine machinery or something like that. And so this kind of project would definitely have opportunity cost in terms of taking those people away from a separate project. So if you are thinking of building civilian ships or public transport infrastructure, and you're looking to hire those super skilled welders, those civil engineers, those maritime workers, if you're running an oil rig or something, then this probably is going to be something that's going to take those people away and or push up the wages that you're going to have to pay.
I just have two more quick ones, and I don't know if this was in your submission because it came in late and I haven't read it. Sorry, Rod. But inflation's a big thing for the government at the moment, or the economy. We're worried about inflationary pressures. Would pumping $368 billion, even though it's over the forward estimates, into the economy have an inflationary effect on the Australian economy?
Look, I don't think it'd be particularly material. It would inflate the wages of specialised welders or particular grades of steel, etc. But in terms of how much are people going to pay for petrol, how much are people going to pay in their electricity bills, etc., no, I don't think that's a big deal. I think the role of government spending in inflation is generally overhyped for sort of ideological and political reasons. So I think there's a whole world of great reasons to question AUKUS, but I think its role in inflation is probably not one that
Not on the top of the charts.
Not one that should get a lot more time.
All right, my last one is your first suggestion was increasing taxation. And this isn't a Dorothy Jigsaw. I'm not an economist. I don't know. Are we a high or low taxing country? And could you split that into how we tax corporate assets and wealth versus income tax?
Yeah. So as I said, we can pay for AUKUS. We can stick a tax on the gas industry and pay for it tomorrow. No problem at all. Because Australia is a low taxing country. I'll say it again because it's not widely understood. Australia is a very low taxing country. Relative to other countries, we collect less tax as a portion of our economy than almost anywhere else. The only countries at least in the OECD, the collection of, for want of a better term, developed countries, it's only the USA and countries like Turkey, Greece, Chile, that collect less tax as a portion of their economies than we do. Australia could collect an extra $150 billion a year, and that would only get us to average within the OECD. That'd get us to Canada or New Zealand kind of levels. We're far from Norway, Sweden. We're far from Nordic levels of taxation. So yeah, there's heaps of room to raise more tax in Australia, and I've got a whole bunch of ideas on how you could do that. But one way I wouldn't recommend doing it is more taxes on labour. That's I guess the second part of your question. Yeah, I personally don't think Australian income tax levels are problematic, but certainly we tax labour relatively harder than we tax resources or pollution or capital. So yeah, we can definitely raise a lot more tax revenue. I think we should in order to fund services. I probably wouldn't fund submarines, but economists don't tell you what to do.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rod. Chris?
I want you to put on your thinking hat, look into the crystal ball. I want to go forward to 2040 on the basis that all spending on the defence organisation is an opportunity cost against doing other things. And so here's a scenario. Asia accounts for around 1/2 of global GDP and roughly 40% of global consumption, with China, India and Southeast Asia as our major poles. That Australia is relatively smaller in its near region, with Indonesia and parts of ASEAN significantly more capable economically and militarily. And that China's naval and undersea expansion programs have now produced regionally superior forces both on sea and under the sea. US global commitments are strained. Homeland defence, SSB and survivability and the Western Pacific contingencies now take precedence. And we thought AUKUS Pillar 1 would proceed, but the Virginia transfers has now slipped or are reduced, and the boats may or may not arrive later. The question is, what kind of priority would you place on all of this in our defence planning now?
Again, with the caveat that this is not my field of expertise, I would think what is my expertise is generally cost benefit analysis, and so in terms of what I would look at now, in terms of what I could be investing in now that would have the most certain returns in the future would be, I guess, programs and policies that would improve my relations with the neighbours that you're talking about, that would improve both their physical and human security and prosperity along with ours. So I guess I would encourage, from a cost benefit analysis perspective, things that would develop shared prosperity and shared understanding. So things like diplomacy, food security, fuel security around the region. So yeah, investing in services and integration that encourages prosperity and security.
Okay, that sounds to me like you wouldn't have AUKUS Pillar 1 in your program in these conditions. You would be looking at a defence policy that was much more focused on the defence of Australia by itself, rather than going to try and deal with the problem of China and Taiwan. And you would build a much more cooperative set of arrangements with our near neighbours in Asia.
That's what I think from an economic perspective would be the focus of investment and government spending.
So there's a question from Carmen Lawrence, who can't join us, but is watching from Western Australia. It's been alleged that one of the major benefits for communities is the increased employment in high-skilled jobs. Excuse me. Have you made any assessment of the cost per job and what alternative means of investment might generate similar employment opportunities?
Thanks.
And if not, a general response would suffice.
Yeah. No, I haven't made particular estimates because in terms of cost per job, we just don't know what the costs are. And I don't think there's any point speculating on it. But if you're interested in creating jobs, you fund healthcare, you fund education, you fund regional development. The jobs that we're talking about here would be very small numbers of very in-demand people. So yeah, I don't think, aside from, would you be in favour of this kind of program from an employment perspective if you're the mayor of the part of Adelaide where the shipyards are? Yeah, sure, because your local government area is likely to get more high-skilled people, high-income people living there. Great. But from an Australian perspective, or even a South Australian perspective, this is not an employment issue. This is not a community development program. In terms of jobs per dollar or community development outcomes per dollar, there's just no case to be had here. There's so many better options.
So look, thanks for that. A couple of quick questions from me. The first one relates to this matter of jobs and how this inquiry might consider the opportunity costs around employment and jobs. Because for many of the jobs that are anticipated to accompany the AUKUS program, there are no trained people to fulfil the positions. So it's not a like-for-like proposition. They're not yet trained. Is there an economic consideration of the training component behind employment in this scenario? That's the first one. And the second one relates to you identifying, Rod, the source of the $368 billion. If I heard you correctly, a one-page justification with a table attached that came as a consequence of a question that was asked in the Parliament. Have you, or do you know if anyone else has had any other opportunities to interrogate or pursue any other information in relation to how that figure came about?
I'll start with that. So the easy answer is no. So this is a publicly available document. It comes from the Parliamentary Budget Office. So then Greens leader Adam Band asked the Parliamentary Budget Office for an overall program costing of for the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines. The answer that came back comes from Defence. So it's often referred to as a Parliamentary Budget Office number or a Parliamentary Budget Office estimate, and it is indeed on the Parliamentary Budget Office's website. But it's quite clear from the Parliamentary Budget Office document that all of the information comes from Defence. So I don't want to throw the Parliamentary Budget Office under the bus here. It's the opacity and the paucity of information is the fault of Defence rather than, and arguably the government, rather than the Parliamentary Budget Office. But it's an astonishing document when you look at it, when you consider the the importance and the attention paid to AUKUS and the regularity with which the $368 billion figure is used. When you go to the actual source of it, it's actually quite confronting. There's a link in my written submission because it's 2 PDF pages. The first half of the first page is taken up with the question and the boxes that Adam Bant's office had to fill in. There's then a table. There's a few dot points. When I say a few, I mean 3, saying more or less this is all contingent to things going well or things not going well. But that's about it. And that's really all we have. And so, has anybody had a look at anything else? I mean, I'm sure within the Defence Department they have, but anybody who knows more isn't telling the public what they know. And I don't know, to speculate, I don't think a lot of people care. I think the idea that we're just going to spend a huge amount of money, a huge and unclear amount of money on projects that benefit powerful people, I think that's kind of the point for a lot of the AUKUS advocates.
Is that usual in your experience, even for Defence, the lack of clarity or around what a project of this size would cost? Is it usual?
Defence projects, and for some justification, aspects of them are secret. They're not mass producing iPhones or water bottles. So with some justification, defence spending and defence projects are less transparent and more prone to error than elsewhere. And all kinds of major projects have huge overruns. Like I say, economists are not good at this. We're not good at the future. We get things wrong. Having said that, a $368 billion program based on an unexplained one-line table, like that is next level. Yeah.
All right, thanks for that. And the other part of the first part of the question, which was really effectively factoring or quantifying the training component of the jobs associated with AUKUS.
Yeah. I mean, I take your point that from my understanding, a lot of the people who would be employed in these jobs, either running the submarines or building them, we don't have them here. And I guess my guess, and it is a guess, is that we're not currently training them. So that does seem to be a problem. You would either need to bring these people in from elsewhere, probably the United States and the UK, as there's a hint in the name, or we'd need to invest significant resources in training these people, which might not be a bad thing. I mean, the idea that we might want to train up highly skilled mariners, tradespeople, engineers, IT experts, might be a good idea. But we'd certainly, again, there's no such thing as a free lunch. We'd have to put time and resources into their training or get them from somewhere else.
All right. Well, look, thanks very much, Rod. It's time for us to take a brief break for afternoon tea and a stretch of the legs. Thank you for coming and speaking to us.
A pleasure.
coming back in and preparing for our last session here in Melbourne, which has been terrific. It's been a terrific start for the Commission to be able to hear from a variety of views and for us to have many others coming to participate or to listen, and also for those, as I've mentioned before, who are on the live broadcast. So Dave Sweeney will present now. Also another person well known to those of you that follow nuclear issues, disarmament, environment issues closely, long-time campaigner at the Australian Conservation Foundation. And the floor's all yours, Dave. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Peter, and thank you. It's great to be here with you on unceded Kulin Nation land in Naarm. And I'm representing ACF, the Australian Conservation Foundation, and ACF really welcomes this opportunity to present to the inquiry because there's been scant scrutiny of AUKUS to date. AUKUS was developed in secret and announced to the world one morning by 3 leaders who have all since lost power. Morrison, Johnson, Biden are all long gone. AUKUS is with us. Federal Labor agreed to the deal with scant detail and no caveats in a highly politicised pre-election context, and it's been subsequently advanced with little debate or interrogation. This should be a parliamentary inquiry today, but in the continuing absence of such a forum, this initiative is timely, it's important, it's very welcome, and it's an active example of democracy. ACF is a national environment organisation. We're not a defence or foreign affairs think tank, so I'm going to try and keep the bulk of my concerns and comments today to the environmental and nuclear safety implications of AUKUS. We've long held concerns over AUKUS from the early days, and we've had significant input into often truncated and modular reviews that have happened to date in parliamentary and procedural forms. And we've raised concerns in ministerial correspondence, in political advocacy and in the media. And I make this point to stress that ACF's concerns are sustained and serious, considered and consistent. When AUKUS was announced, the then Chief of Navy said that AUKUS was a pact that would no doubt change the shape of our nation. And ACF is concerned that this shape-changing exercise could have deeply adverse consequences. AUKUS means the routine presence of nuclear-powered vessels in our waters and ports. This is a new development and it's one with significant safety, health and security implications. There has been little discussion or detail around emergency preparations and response capacity, and there are currently far more questions than answers. What are the implications for combat agencies and first responders? Do they have the resources, the training, the capability? What are the risks and the recourse that's available to port communities and port workers? What are the implications for insurance? What's the rationale for the exemption from compliance with existing state and territory radiation, health and nuclear safety regulations? What's the scenario planning, the reference accident for the modelling, and the planned response in the event of any one of a number of pathways for contamination in our ports and waters? So the questions mount up, but the answers from AUKUS proponents do not. And this highly curated and constrained approach can be seen from day one in AUKUS. The original National Interest Assessment, the NIA, of the agreement stated that no public consultation has been undertaken given the classified scope of the agreement. So a nation-shaping initiative with no public consultation announced in secrecy. So as part of advancing AUKUS, the Australian government has established a dedicated naval nuclear regulator for the first time. This agency has responsibility and carriage of all things nuclear in AUKUS, and this removes direct oversight from the long-standing civil nuclear regulator, ARPANSA, the Australian Radiation Protection Nuclear Safety Agency. So instead of ARPANSA's coverage, we now have a naval regulator with a confusingly, perhaps deliberately similar acronym that is located in the administrative framework of the Department of Defence, answerable to and directable by the Minister of Defence, the person charged with advancing the program that is to be regulated. Now, ACF maintains that this formulation is inconsistent with the International Atomic Energy Agency's standard on independence in regulatory decision-making, and this standard requires functional separation between the regulator and the activity that is to be regulated. There is definitely the perception and very likely a high likelihood of the reality of regular capture in this scenario. There's also a disturbing lack of commitment to public disclosure and reporting, where matters of deep public concern can be removed from publication or disclosure by the Director General of the new agency if they hold the opinion that disclosing these could prejudice security or defence of the Commonwealth. Now, in military and defence matters, there is a case for information restrictions on security grounds, but the very real danger here is that there will be exclusion not on the grounds of legitimate security considerations, but on the grounds of political convenience and expedience. Defence has a hardwired needs-to-know culture, and the concern here is that when it comes to AUKUS, and especially the nuclear dimensions of AUKUS, the determination will be that no one needs to know. It's ACF's hard-learned experience that radiation and secrecy is a dangerous and deeply unhealthy combination. And this is particularly important as AUKUS would mean increased volumes of radioactive waste and greatly increased complexity and risk, including the generation of long-lived, high-level waste of military grade. This is a new threat. This is a forever poison. Radioactive waste is a policy area. The management is a policy area that ACF has a lot of familiarity with. We've been actively involved in urging increased transparency and responsibility in waste management, and have closely supported affected communities, predominantly First Nation communities, facing unwelcome waste proposals in multiple fights at multiple sites over multiple decades. And this experience means we have scant confidence in the approach being taken to date. High-level waste poses a massive intergenerational burden, and there is no justification that the decision to go down this path was made in secret. And the original draft of the AUKUS legislation would have enabled high-level radioactive waste from our AUKUS partners, the US and the UK navies, who have had decades of nuclear submarines and have no proven disposal pathway. The original legislation would have enabled them to put that waste in Australia. It was only sustained advocacy that closed that loophole, if indeed it was a loophole rather than a conscious agenda. It was only sustained advocacy that got that loophole grudgingly closed. There's been no delivery on comments by Defence and commitments by Defence Minister Miles to provide detail on costings, siting, and the process for managing AUKUS high-level waste. Instead, we get assurances that the waste won't be a problem for a long time to come, and that the waste will be stored on defence land, current or future. Current or future, that could effectively be anywhere in Australia. If the second-hand Virginia submarine acquisition program goes to plan, we will need a high-level radioactive waste site in our country in 25 years. Just to put that in perspective, we have failed in 35 years to arrive at a low-level national site. It is essential that the principles of free, prior and informed consent are made a precondition to any future siting and management discussions around radioactive waste. It's essential to do this to mitigate the pressure and adverse impact that is coming down the line, especially the First Nation Australians. And this is an area I'd welcome further discussing with the committee. And in closing, I want to address one final and deeply important consideration. We're an environment group, and there's no environment on a planet that's been experienced nuclear devastation. I'm really concerned, and ACF is deeply concerned, and we've heard today from earlier speakers of the real risk of mission creep that sees acceptance of nuclear propulsion being a gateway to either resignation or facilitation of nuclear weapons. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Defence Minister have all repeatedly stated that AUKUS will not involve nuclear weapons. These assurances are important and they're welcome, but they're inadequate. Australia may not seek to acquire nuclear weapons, but our AUKUS partners already have them. And we don't ask if they're carrying them on their planes or their submarines. In a deeply disturbing exchange in Senate estimates in December 2025, the then Secretary of the Department of Defence and the new ambassador, Australian ambassador to the USA, Greg Moriarty, was pressed on nuclear weapons disclosure, and his effective response was, we don't ask, they don't tell, and the government is happy with that. Well, ACF is not happy with that. A great many Australians are not happy with this prospect, and more would be if they know and when they learn about the state of play. Nuclear weapons are weapons of mass and indiscriminate destructions, and they are weapons of terror. Australia must not by default or through acquiescence or secrecy become either an enabler or a target of other nations' nuclear weapons. When it comes to nuclear weapons, Australians have the right to know and the right to say no. And it is essential that the federal government give urgent effect to its existing commitment to sign the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons to put an essential guardrail, a check and balance, and a block on nuclear mission creep. Signing the TPNW would not make AUKUS all right, but it would help stop it being all wrong. Thanks for your attention. Thanks for this initiative, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks very much, Dave. So I'll go across to Leanne for questions from her, and then after that to Chris.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks very much, Dave. I just actually want to ask you a question, probably more than anyone else that we've heard evidence from today. You have spent a lot of time talking to people across the country and have a bit of a check on the pulse of how people are feeling around different issues. And a few people, some people say that people don't care about AUKUS at all. Others say that, you just said then if people know, they're going to be really worried about it. What do you think the feeling is out in the community, for want of a better way of putting it at the moment, around AUKUS and also around the issue specifically around nuclear waste?
Yeah, my sense, and I do travel reasonably widely and speak reasonably widely, and my sense is that there is a high level of community concern. That is not always as obvious and as manifest because people aren't sure what to do, given that there's a high level of bipartisan support. And people are also unsure what to do because it seems very technical. But there is a very strong gut feeling of this isn't right and we should have had a say. There is a real sense of the cost. When people look at $368 billion and rising, they go, what's going on? When people talk of a cost of living crisis, and I speak to people that this is more than $30 million a day, every day, between now and 2050, not for Australian defence, but for nuclear subs. People, first of all, can't believe it when they see the figures. They go, God. And you have a conversation in country pubs about what would you do with the 30 million, and you solve it all. You solve the footy club lights, training can go on, you solve the childcare, aged care, you solve the hospital problem, everything. Roads and potholes are sorted. Nearly every problem that could be solved by money could be solved with the AUKUS money, is pretty much the message that comes back. You raise the question of radioactive waste, and a lot of people say, well, that's what the whole deal is. They say this is opening us up to be the country that takes the world's rubbish. So there is a real scepticism, there is a real concern, but there is a real sense of, well, what can you do? Is it too late? Has the horse bolted? And I think what we're increasingly seeing and what's happened in recent period is that I think there's been a shift in that momentum where not just critics of AUKUS, but hawks are concerned about capacity and deliverability. Other hawks are concerned about bang for buck, and we could do better with another range of materials. And so there are a range of voices now, not just the left or the usual suspects, but a range of voices coming in, which is amplifying and highlighting the inherent concerns and contradictions in the AUKUS program, and I hope will lead to what we haven't had, which is serious scrutiny and serious discussion and debate.
Thanks, Dave.
Chris?
Okay, I just wanted to talk to you about the ACF response to the South Australian Royal Commission's finding on the nuclear fuel cycle, in which the Royal Commissioner made the judgment that there would never be a nuclear power station built in Australia, but on another judgment said Australia should become the world's repository for nuclear waste, and we've got plenty of spaces that could all go. I don't think that Royal Commission report went down very well, especially in First Nations communities and other places around Australia. But is there an ACF view on that and how it relates to the current things under consideration?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question, and I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that report didn't land well in First Nation Australia. ACF was actively involved in that process, and the Royal Commission, in the citizens' jury, and a whole range of things. We gave evidence to the Commission, and I provided expert testimony to the citizens' jury process. We had real concerns that the management of a long-lived, highly complicated, contaminating material was seen solely through the lens of an economic activity. The Adelaide Advertiser spoke of rivers of gold. When they spoke of the economic costings and benefits, Commissioner, the line they actually used was, forget the figures, imagine Scrooge McDuck swimming in rivers of gold. Now, this was the paper of the state saying that. We challenged that. We challenged the economics. We challenged the principle. We challenged the question, and particularly through free, prior and informed consent. It's interesting to note that earlier this week, it's 10 years since then South Australian Premier, Jay Weatherill, abandoned the plan. So it's interesting how these things circle back, because 10 years is a long time in politics. It's negligible time in radioactive waste. What the plan proposed was to take 1/3 of the world's existing high-level radioactive waste and put it somewhere. And what First Nation people said in response was, this is not rubbish country and this is no country for rubbish. And we stood strongly with them in that.
Do you have details of the citizens' jury that you ran during that process? Because it's been suggested to me that we should run a citizens' assembly here considering these factors. I'd be very interested in how that ran and in what kind of communities were represented.
Yeah, I could provide some of that. And there's other people who, Commissioner Barrie, they're much more expert in those different processes of deliberative democracy than I am. But yeah, I think there could be a lot of merit in that, and I can take that, on notice. Not that you're senators, but I can take that on notice to provide that to the Commission.
Terrific. Thank you. Thanks very much, Dave. Thanks, Chris. Karina, let me hand this over.
Thank you, Dave, for your presentation, of course, and speaking up strongly around the environment, because that's the organisation you represent. Are we hearing any reporting or anything around the environment and the impact on our environment when it comes to AUKUS? So in the oceans, of course, but then also on our lands, whether it's First Nations traditional lands, of course, we're very concerned about that. But is anyone writing anything, or are you aware of anything that is being done around the impact it will have on our oceans, waterways, and of course our lands?
Less so specifically around AUKUS, although some work has been done by a UK marine scientist called Tim Gear-Jones, and Friends of the Earth Australia commissioned a report from him on the UK experience with nuclear subs and how that might translate to Australia. That's not automatically translatable, but there's obviously key principles and risks that are. There's a lot of work, and you'd be familiar with a lot of the work around nuclear legacies from testing and the cultural impact and the community and impact on country as well. And there is a range of that material. That's also really strong now happening because this year is both the 60th anniversary of the commencement of French nuclear testing in the Pacific and the 80th anniversary of American nuclear testing in the Pacific. There's an elevated attention and consciousness in Pacific communities and civil society, and there's a considerable body of work happening around then. Again, that's nuclear testing and legacy impacts. It's not AUKUS, but there are clear relations. From the environment movement, we have real concerns, like I raised in those questions about nuclear safety, like what's planned and how do we clean up and what capacity do we have? And there is an an operation manual with the Department of Defence that details all this, but like there would be people, if they had it at all, would be blowing the dust off it, of a forgotten back room, because it's been a long time since there's been nuclear ship visits, and it's been never that there's been proposed routine rotation or effectively permanent, consistent deployment of nuclear capable vessels in this country. So it is a growing area of concern.
Thanks very much, Dave. Carmen Lawrence asks from Fremantle, do you have any ideas about which areas in Australia might be selected for the storage disposal of the high and intermediate level radioactive waste?
Well, I am aware of conversations, and I've had conversations with people in Defence and the Security Commentariat who sort of have that as their after dinner sort of speculative conversation. But from the closest that I've received from the Australian Government, Australian Submarine Agency, is recent correspondence which states quite clearly the government has not yet commenced a siting process or formal public consultation on spent fuel disposal. So it's a bit of a dartboard. When you look at what we know, we've got a minister who said, don't worry too much about it, we'll sort it, leave it in our capable hands, and it'll be on Defence estate, current or future. So there's significant Defence at stake. Now it's being reduced as we're selling it to try and fund shipbuilding in the US, but there's still considerable Defence estate. There is also the ability to repurpose existing land, to purchase new land, or to compulsorily acquire land. All those things are possible. There is a lot of talk of Woomera. It's a very large area. It's a prohibited area. It has been a prohibited area for a long time. So there's a sort of, not amongst First Nations people, but amongst the wider Australian community, an almost acceptance that that's always been off limits. And a lot of people have said that should be the spot. But when that came up in the earlier, I spoke about 30 years of searching for a site for national radioactive waste. When Woomera came up, Defence were very forthright and assertive in saying no to siting radioactive waste at Woomera. And they scuppered that plan because they said that they wanted to keep such a unique asset for Defence. And since that time, we've had an Australian Space Command agency and elevated space research and involvement. And so I think that would only make Defence more cautious about protecting that site. So it's a game of speculation, and it's a game that is not a game. We are looking here at hundreds of thousands of years of highly contaminated material, which, as Professor Ruff, Associate Professor Ruff made earlier, is not just highly contaminating, cancer-causing, gene-changing material, but it's also weapons-grade material for tens of thousands of years. It not only has to be kept secure from people and the environment, but it has to be kept secure from malevolent or adverse actors. Like, this is a very serious challenge which hasn't been raised, hasn't been costed, and that's why, again, I say it's so important to, at this foundation point, as we're pouring the slab, if indeed we decide to go ahead with the construction of AUKUS, as we pour the slab, we've got to get that right. And the fundamental thing in getting this right is ensuring that First Nations people have some visibility and some point at the table, and the mechanism for doing that is through the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People and the process of free, prior and informed consent, both of which are utterly clear and would provide some degree of transparency, some degree of accountability and consent provision, because otherwise we could be drifting towards inflicting another perpetual great wrong on First Nations people.
Okay, look, thank you very much for that, Dave. Just one last couple of questions from me. Has ARPANSA ever considered and costed the issue of the safe disposal of medium or intermediate and high level radioactive waste, given that the very small amounts of it that have been generated here have generally gone, as I understand it, back overseas? That's the first part of the question. And secondly, has ACF examined at all the current state of the safe preservation of radioactive and radioactively affected submarines, decommissioned submarines, both in the United States or the UK, and have any costs been applied to that process?
Okay. In relation to ARPANSA consideration and costing, consideration, yes. Costings, I'm not sure. ARPANSA routinely respond in the national siting debate by saying that they would need to license such a facility, but the facility is being advanced by the Department of Industry, Science and Resources. And so costing matters and technical matters, etc., would be driven by that department and then later vetted or approved or amended or otherwise by our Panzer. So they haven't been seeing themselves as the driver of that or the arbiter of that. They've also been stepping one step back and saying that it would be inappropriate for them to comment before they had an application in front of them. So I'm sure they've given it considerable consideration. I'm not sure that they've given it detailed costing. And I am concerned that they're increasingly cut out of the loop of this, given that there is a naval nuclear regulator that would have primary responsibility and that has a very opaque reporting mechanism and no track record. It's a very new agency. In relation to your second question, ACF has looked at the status of both international civil nuclear waste as a way of informing ourselves, particularly ahead of the 2025 federal election, where this was a very big issue, nuclear. And we also have looked at the decommissioning status and the status of UK and US, our AUKUS partners, naval radioactive waste programs. And they are there's a detailed answer and a quite short answer, and the quite short answer is they are woefully deficient and they are effectively missing in action. Neither the UK or the US has a clear and agreed and advanced final disposal pathway. Tentative steps have faced rebuffs on political level and on technical level. It's now effectively on storage on site or storage in centralised areas, hoping for the best. It uses both of them, routinely use defence security procedures to say this is not a matter that we comment on. You'll understand we don't speak on operational matters. They're opaque, but they're not performing well. In relation to the actual submarines, there are many submarines in every nation. Probably the horror show case is the former USSR and the Russian fleet. They are tied together. They are tied to docks and rusting in different ports, Murmansk and others. It's quite extraordinary and it's very scary. Not that different in the UK and the US. Like they keep the rust down and the lick of paint up, but there are submarines tied up at Fastlane on the Clyde and at other Royal Navy bases that were commissioned in the 1960s. Still there, still tied up, not decommissioned, and the same in the States. Uncosted, uncleaned, largely sitting there in the too hard basket, kicked down the road from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from minister to minister, with an assurance it'll be okay. It is not okay. And for us to walk into getting 15 years of a second-hand submarine and inheriting 200,000 years of radioactive waste is an extraordinary poor deal. And I just want to raise one question, if I may, one point, if I may, and it's about this mission creep thing. And it's to say that this is 5 years ago, we were not talking about AUKUS. 5 years later, it's a national imperative when we're throwing money at it. And I look at this book here, a 2018 University of New South Wales Australian Submarine Association seminar, A Nuclear Industry for Australia, starting with submarines. And the logic of this seminar was that Australians are cautious and critical of domestic nuclear, and we've got plenty of other options with renewables. So the only way that we could get through nuclear, or the best way, is to do it under a defence matrix, because Australians think, well, if the ADF needs it, if our men and women in khaki need it, then let's do it. And so this is one step of where things expand. And that brings me back to probably one of ACF's two big points here are weapons and waste. The waste is a major problem and we don't know what to do with it. We haven't costed it and it looks like we're shaping up to override again First Nation and wider concern. And weapons, if we don't ask and they don't tell, we drift towards being an enabler and a target, and that is not what we want for our country. And really that puts it to the nub from ACF of the question, which is the question of these sort of things, like so many questions about what we prioritise and what we protect with our environment and with our people, are about our place in the world, how we see ourselves, what we value, what we stand for and what we stand against.
Well, on that note, Dave, thank you very much for that presentation. And we will keep moving as quickly as we can, because I'm aware that there are a number of people who'll be making short contributions towards the back end of this. So Barbara Jackson, who produced a submission for us. Hi, Barbara. Come up and take the seat that Dave has vacated. And thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
And we're looking forward to hearing you make some verbal presentations to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
You might have to speak pretty close to the microphone.
Thank you very much for the opportunity I'm a community member in a suburb in Melbourne.
Great.
But I've
Very
been
well.
following this for quite some time. So I'd like to start with something our Prime Minister said on election night. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else. We do not need to seek our inspiration overseas. We find it right here in our values and in our people. Those words should be at the beginning of a conversation about AUKUS, because right now our defence policy says the opposite. So who are we actually? Australia is the 12th largest economy in the world. And among the world's 10 top large communities, we rank second in GDP per capita, behind only the United States, but ahead of Germany, Japan, the United Kingdom, France, and Canada. On the United Nations Human Development Index, measuring real living standards through income, health, and education, Australia consistently sits in the top global 10. These are not the numbers of a small dependent country. We're a stable, mature democracy with independent courts, a free press, strong institutions, and a multicultural society that has maintained social cohesion through waves of change that would have fractured in another country. We govern ourselves well. We respect the rule of law. We have a vigorous civil society and genuine freedom of expression. And Australia is a respected international actor, a founding member of the United Nations and the G20, active in the Quad, the ASEAN Forum, the Pacific Islands Forum, the East Asia Summit, and we are not a bystander in the world. We are a valued and trusted participant. And we don't have to look very far for proof of what Australian self-reliance looks like in practice. Cast your mind back to 2020. China imposed punishing tariffs and import bans on Australian barley, wine, beef, coal, and lobster. It was widely predicted to be catastrophic. Instead, Australian businesses adapted with remarkable speed, redirecting exports, finding new markets, and developing new relationships, not because somebody told them what to do, but because they trusted their own judgment, read their own environment, and acted in their own interest. Our resource companies are now repositioning for a decarbonising world on their assessment of where the future lies. Our technology sector has produced globally competitive companies from a small population of 27 million, on Australian ideas, Australian capital, and Australian talent. Our agricultural sector generates $75 billion in export income annually, built on Australian soil, Australian ingenuity, and nobody else's permission. Our universities have built world-class institutions generating billions in export income on the strength of their own excellence. This is what Australian strategic independence looks like. Our defence policy should have the courage to match it. And what is wrong with the current framework? First, there's a fundamental contradiction. Our strategy of denial is in essence about defending Australia, protecting our region, and making ourselves hard to attack. It is defensive at its core. But AUKUS pulls us into a completely different direction. It says, integrate deeply into America's global operations, host their infrastructure, and go where they go. This makes Australia a frontline participant in a US war plan, not a nation defending its own patch, but an operating base for someone else's strategic competition. These two strategies are pulling in opposite directions, and right now we are pretending they can coexist. Second, a serious loss of sovereignty. Defence and intelligence facilities at Pine Gap, Darwin, Tyndall and Exmouth serve American strategic priorities and purposes. At Pine Gap alone, only 1 in 10 staff are Australian government employees. The rest answer to American agencies and US defence contractors. From Washington's perspective, Northern and Western Australia provide ideal geography for its own operational requirements. We host these assets and bear the risk that comes with them, but have limited sovereign control over how they are used. Australia has done what no good business would ever do: build its entire security around a single partner on that partner's terms. Third, the cost is indefensible. We're talking billions of dollars over the next decade alone, and that figure apparently has already blown out by 34%. For submarines that we won't receive to decades, built to designs and with technology we don't control, for a strategic purpose that is not entirely our own. And then there's the question of the United States. We have always needed to be careful about our dependence on the United States. But under Trump, that dependence has become dangerous. This is an administration that has openly cast doubt on NATO's collective defence guarantee, that threatened Canada, a NATO ally, with annexation, that has made territorial claims on Denmark's Greenland, that bullied Ukraine while cozying up to Putin. The implications for AUKUS are clear. Alliance commitments, it turns out, are not rule-based, they are power-based. The stronger partner sets the terms and changes them when convenient. AUKUS would have been a highly questionable deal under any American president. Under this one, it's a very dangerous deal indeed. So what should we do? We need to de-link firmly and steadily from the current framework of dependence, not with drama or by burning bridges, but as you would with a friend who's become damaging, you quietly, deliberately vacate the space. The question is not, should Australia have submarines? It is, should we structure our entire defence around a single partner's technology and strategic priorities for the next 40 years? The most fundamental expression of sovereignty is the power to commit or withhold military force. That decision must belong to Canberra alone, made on the basis of direct threats to Australian territory or genuinely vital interests, not as a semi-automatic consequence of base infrastructure and agreements shaped by another country's priorities. Let me close with the argument I believe that matters most. Australia is the 12th largest economy in the world. We are a stable, mature democracy with deep institutions, a rich network of international relationships, and a proven capacity for economic creativity and resilience. We are not an insignificant country. We're a nation fully capable of making our own strategic decisions. Our businesses have already shown us the way. They look to their own capabilities, their own reading of the environment, their own judgment about the future. They diversify rather than depend. They build multiple strong relationships. They adapt when conditions change. Our democracy is precious. Our sovereignty is precious. And right now, both are being quietly traded away in an arrangement that serves American strategic interests far more than our own. The AUKUS agreement, as currently structured, moves Australia deeper into dependence, deeper into another country's strategic framework at enormous cost, with a partner that has demonstrated it will always put its own interests first. No well-run Australian business would accept those terms. Neither should Australia. because, as the Prime Minister himself said, we do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else. We do not seek our inspiration overseas. It's time our defence policy reflected that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Barbara, and I think you're probably the first citizen presenter here today. So I want to both acknowledge that fact and also acknowledge the coherence with which you've put your views to us. And we'll now seek some questions from commissioners for you. Leanne.
Thanks, Peter, and thanks, Barbara. I'd just like to echo what Peter said. That was a really good presentation. And if you don't mind, I'd just ask a couple of questions about you, because the people that have already presented sort of came with a resume and what organisation they were from. But as Barbara from a suburb in Melbourne, I have no idea, and I find you very interesting. So what made you, of all the things you could do with your day in Melbourne, what made you want to do this? What made you want to write this submission and turn up today?
Well, it goes back to just before the pandemic, when I started to be interested in geopolitics. And for my sins, I started with Henry Kissinger, which was rather a nightmare, I must say. So that was my kickoff point, if you like. And so since then, I've been following, foreign affairs and Australian Foreign Affairs Journal, and I watch podcasts, and that's more than 6 years. So really what's happened is that this information that I've been reading and about for all of those years has been just accumulating layer on layer on layer. And when AUKUS came about and the Labor government came in and they kept AUKUS, to tell you the truth, I wasn't worried. I thought, oh, can I be blunt? I went, Britain's stuffed and America's gone nuts. It'll never hold. But I'm so puzzled at why it has held. And I don't know, but I would imagine that it's follow the money, because nearly everything is always follow the money, but that comes with influence. So I have been becoming more and more annoyed by AUKUS and the fact that it keeps going on, the stupid amount of money it is, and we could be doing so much more, let alone the concentration of those submarines into the whole defence budget. So hence, when I read there was a public inquiry, I very bravely pressed the yes button.
Well, very glad you did. And one last question, again, it's about you. Did you run a business? It's just that a lot of the times you referenced no Australian business would do that. So also a person who's run small businesses, I thought I saw a kindred spirit.
Well, no, I've worked in business, but I haven't run my own business. But that's interesting, because as I was reading about how people make decisions and how the defence decisions being made on AUKUS, it just popped into my mind that no business would run their business like that. They would they would be exploring fresh ideas. They would be looking to their own future. They would be trying to work out their own environment. They wouldn't be just letting one dominant partner tell them what to do. And that's where that whole concept grew.
Well, thank you. And thanks again for taking the time to come in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris.
Thank you for that, Barbara. That was a really interesting presentation. And so now I've got a little challenge for you.
Sure.
Look, I imagine that you would be in favour as a citizen of seeing an Australian national security strategy, that is for a government to tell us what it is thinking about.
Oh, I would.
In approaching relationships with the rest of the globe. We don't have one, but I think there's a huge gap there. But let's suppose we did have one, and we now go through an act of independence such as you suggested. So this is hypothetical, but imagine we'd done that. How do you think we would deal with building a proper relationship with the dominating great power in our region called China? And how would we manage the aftermath of our alliance relationship with that former great power called the United States? And what signalling would we use to make our views very clear to the rest of the world?
I don't know if I can answer to an elite level with that, but I think what I would do initially is, I think it's already been said here today, we live in an amazing region. And I think that Southeast Asia has got probably the most growth potential of any region, although we don't know what's going to happen in Africa, where there's an enormous growth potential there too. So I think we're in an incredibly interesting region. And certainly we are making, I think, inroads into becoming a better neighbour, except for the point of AUKUS. That's, I think, trashed a bit of our reputation. But I think what I would like to see us make a much closer relationship with Indonesia. It's a very large country, and we have gone backwards and forwards about Indonesia for decades. A lot of Australians go to Indonesia, but I don't even know that they know. They just go to Barrie. So I think that there's a lot that could be done to strengthen that relationship. And I think by doing that, then we send a signal that we're much more open into our region. With the United States, I mean, I think that we could get out of that a little bit by just doing what bureaucracies do, go slow.
Sorry.
We don't have to say anything.
Well, that's a very fine form of signalling. Now, one final question. If AUKUS was cancelled or we suspended the whole of the program and we recalibrated our defence requirements, would you be worried if it didn't include a submarine capability?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that we should have some sort of submarine capability around our coastal area, going with the defensive posture. But I think there's a lot more things that we can do. I follow Phillips O'Brien on Ukraine, so I know a lot about what he's talking about with drones. And I think it's more, I mean, they're frightful things, but, I think there's a lot happening in defence that's just getting shoved to the side because we have to concentrate on these nuclear submarines, which we don't need. And I think part of it is we've got this amazing trading relationship from our side with China, although, as I think Professor Camilleri said, they don't mean much to us, or that one of the other speakers. But I think that we also have 1 million Chinese people in this country. Why don't we really bring them in to help a friendship? Because nobody sensible wants to go to war.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Barbara. Last question is actually from Carmen, who's in Fremantle, Carmen Lawrence. As you would be aware, many Australians appear to support the AUKUS agreement. I think their confidence in it is starting to diminish slightly, but that's still the case in terms of some of the polling. Carmen asks, what led you to the conditions and considerations that you're outlining?
Well, I have met people who would vote for Pauline Hanson, but in my circle of acquaintances and friends, pretty much left-wing progressive. So I actually know very few people who support AUKUS, mainly because of two reasons, and that would be the inordinate cost of it. And secondly, because of its completely close ties with America and also Britain to a lesser degree, but people can just look over there and say, well, Starmer's not doing real good, the submarines aren't much chop. So I think that maybe there are a lot of people in favour of AUKUS, but not in my circle.
Well, on that definitive note, we'll thank you very much for your presentation.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Barbara. So we are going to collect zingers in this commission, and the one on bureaucracy is an absolute beauty. So look, I must give a quick warning. I know I've said it before, but I will be banging my stick and unfortunately having to limit the amount of time that we spend on the rest of the contributions. Otherwise, we will not get through them all. So we'll start to work our way through those presentations. They're 5-minute commentaries or remarks. So try and confine those remarks to the terms of reference that the inquiry is considering and what your views might be. And I think Jack Howard from Labor Against War is going to present first. You've got a little bit more time, Jack, as it turns out, just for clarity purposes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was told it was 10 minutes today,
Yeah.
so I planned my
No,
notes
that's
around that. But
just been clarified.
That's quite fine. I appreciate the inquiry's discretion. Well, look, my name's Jack Howard, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Labor Against War. The AUKUS military agreement and acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines for Australia is a major strategic foreign policy commitment, the most significant one in Australian history for many decades, and it will be the most expensive defence procurement in Australian history. The Australian use of nuclear technology for military purposes is unprecedented and represents a sharp break with previous policy. The agreement was announced by the Morrison government in September 2021 and endorsed with haste by the then opposition Labor shadow cabinet. Given the unprecedented nature of the agreement, there has been little coherent rationale provided as to how AUKUS nuclear submarines will actually contribute to the defence of Australia. There is even less of that rationale coming from the Albanese government since it came to office 4 years ago. There has been remarkably little proper public analysis, scrutiny and democratic debate about the immense costs and risks of the AUKUS agreement. The AUKUS agreement is presented as a fait accompli beyond the realm of genuine democratic consideration and decision-making. Often a series of essentially political arguments are made to assert that there can be no challenge or change made. Apparently, we must commit to a deeply flawed plan because it would reflect poorly on the government or Australia's standing to admit a mistake or decide a change of course. Supporters of AUKUS assert that nuclear-powered submarines are required as a forward defence capability to deter China from obstructing shipping lanes, extending its influence in the South China Sea, or from threatening Taiwan. This is a radical departure from the objective of defending mainland Australia itself. It is instead aligned with the US policy of actively containing and pressuring China by a combination of military bases, air and naval forces. The deterrence is provided by a capacity to deploy lethal force and launch missiles at Chinese military targets and cities in the event of conflict. There are two main problematic features of the AUKUS Pact: the heightened risks of nuclear technology and weapons proliferation, and the positioning of Australian foreign policy and military capabilities in an aggressive containment policy towards China, increasing the risk of our involvement in a devastating US-led war in Asia. In addition, there are significant opportunity costs in committing future funds to such an expensive and uncertain project. We're in the early stages of AUKUS being implemented and is already even worse in practice than in theory. The HMAS Stirling base in Western Australia is being ready to soon host UK and US nuclear-powered submarines. The RAAF Air Base in the Northern Territory is being upgraded to host 6 nuclear-capable B-52 bombers. It has also been revealed that Australian AUKUS funding will be used in the construction of a new US Columbia-class nuclear-armed submarines, not nuclear-powered, nuclear-armed. The highly problematic nature of the AUKUS Pact means that avoiding the questions or accepting prevailing military or foreign policy assertions is not enough. Members of civil society, of the Labor movement and the Labor Party have a legitimate right and a responsibility, a duty to scrutinise, debate and challenge the AUKUS Pact and to take firm steps towards changing policy and future outcomes. At a projected cost of up to 368 billion Australian dollars, AUKUS and the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines will be the most expensive defence project in Australian history. And the first beneficiaries of it are US and UK military industries and nuclear weapons systems. Our government is paying 4.7 billion Australian dollars upfront to subsidise American shipyards on the promise of buying second-hand Virginia-class submarines. That will fund the construction both of existing US Virginia-class submarines and new Columbia-class nuclear-armed submarines, and we now know that the first 3 submarines that Australia is meant to receive will all be second-hand Virginia-class subs. Then Australia is expected to pay for the design and build of a whole new class of UK submarines, ships that will not be delivered until the 2040s. By then, it's quite likely that new undersea technology will render them largely useless anyway. Acquiring nuclear-powered submarines fuels an arms race and makes the Asia-Pacific less safe. The submarines are powered by nuclear reactors using highly enriched weapons-grade uranium. Transfer of this uranium to Australia would be the first time that a non-nuclear weapons state acquired weapons-grade uranium. That sets a dangerous precedent for other nations, and it seriously undermines the 1970 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Nuclear-powered submarines pose real and inescapable risks to the health and safety of workers, communities, and the environment. An accident or attack causing the release of radioactive material would be an ever-present danger. The submarines will need to be based in Australian ports, and the radioactive waste stored on Australian lands. Where is that going to be? In Port Kembla, the community and the union movement has been mobilising strongly against the prospect of a nuclear submarine base there. The federal government's thankfully been forced to abandon plans for a nuclear waste dump at Kimber in South Australia after the federal court ruled in favour of the traditional owners and wider community objections. But it is logical that the federal Albanese government and the Commonwealth will look for somewhere else in Australia to dump the nuclear waste that inevitably flows from nuclear-powered vessels. The AUKUS nuclear-powered submarines are not intended or necessary for the defence of mainland Australia. They are in fact an offensive capability designed to project military power against mainland China. As I said before, nuclear-powered submarines are designed to sit off the coast of China armed with missiles that can strike Chinese cities. In the event of conflict, they would be an interoperable component of the wider US military forces. This is what the supporters of AUKUS describe as deterrence. It means the capacity to wage war against China. The AUKUS alliance binds Australia ever more closely to an aggressive US containment strategy towards China. The sole purpose is to maintain the US as the dominant great power in East Asia. For this reason, AUKUS makes it more likely that Australia could be dragged into a US-led war in Asia. Such a war between two nuclear-armed powers would be devastating and potentially catastrophic for the people of the Asia-Pacific, Australia, and the world. That's why it's an unprecedented military alliance. A war like that would be fought to maintain US power in East Asia. It would be fought in East Asia. The people of Australia have nothing to gain from this dangerous pact and very, very much to lose. The vast sums projected to be spent on AUKUS will limit spending in other areas that should be prioritised. AUKUS, as I said, is estimated to cost 58 billion Australian dollars in the first decade. Compare this to the estimated cost of Labor Party policies that are as yet unmet. Universal dental care in Medicare, and the full funding of public schools to the school resource standard. Research by the Grattan Institute found that universal dental care could be achieved at a cost of $5.6 billion extra spending a year. To fully fund all schools, the school resource standard would cost an estimated $65 billion over a decade. Achieving positive social reforms will be made much harder by the constant drain of a wasteful AUKUS military program. We're seeing the real meaning of Australia's commitment to AUKUS and the US alliance play out now. After Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's genocidal and apartheid state of Israel launched their US-Israeli bombardment of Iran in February this year, Anthony Albanese distinguished himself. He distinguished himself by becoming the very first head of state in the world to publicly endorse this fresh unilateral war in the Middle East. Mere hours after the first bomb struck Iran, including a Tomahawk missile strike on an Iranian primary school in Minab that left more than 100 school children dead, Anthony Albanese, Foreign Minister Penny Wong, and Defence Minister Richard Marles released a joint statement commending Donald Trump's intervention and declaring, quote, "We support the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran continuing to threaten international peace and security." Despite Albanese's subsequent and purely, I think, theatrical vacillations saying he wants conflict to cease in the Middle East and for there to be a ceasefire and peace, we know that the Albanese government on Australia's behalf has committed an RAAF surveillance aircraft in the United Arab Emirates to help to relieve pressure on American Israeli assets to continue potential aggressive activities against Iran. And the Pine Gap surveillance site on Australian soil plays a crucial role in feeding real live data to the US forces to carry out their acts of aggression. We've seen terrible catastrophic effects on the world economy, surging fuel prices, a rising cost of living directly as a consequence of this war, and now a stalemate that, although it has dragged on longer than the actual live hostilities did since February, continues to be volatile and dangerous and could just as easily break out into fresh and disastrous conflict again. Now, taken together, the costs of AUKUS, the lack of commitment to social justice, and our Labor government's commitment to this war, those things should enrage people committed to a fair distribution of wealth in our society and to social justice, and should stir us into action and struggle against this military monstrosity. Supporters of AUKUS sometimes say that according to realpolitik, we have no choice but to accept a bad policy inherited from Scott Morrison. They claim we must commit to a flawed plan because it could be embarrassing to change course or disagree with powerful allies. That's a poor justification for a bad public policy. It's never too late to step away from a dangerous path and to pursue a better and safer course of action. There are fundamental principles at stake. Our commitment to peaceful conflict resolution, to nuclear non-proliferation, and to regional cooperation and diplomacy. The Labor movement in this country is a proud tradition of opposing the nuclear industry, nuclear militarism, and unjust wars. And it's this tradition that Labor Against War seeks to fan the flames of once again and to be a part of building in our country. We seek all people, and we reach out to all people committed to opposing the dangerous AUKUS military alliance and to build an active movement that can prevent the military escalation and drive to war against China. We must chart a better, peaceful course ahead for the people of Australia, of the Asia-Pacific region that we live in, and the world. That's why we commend this public inquiry into AUKUS, and we thank them for hearing us today.
Well, thanks very much, Jack. In the limited time that we have available, I'll just see whether commissioners want to put any further questions.
Thanks so much for that. And I just didn't catch it when you were talking about what the unions did in Port Kembla. Can you just tell me what you were referring to?
Yes, there's the possibility that under AUKUS, a dock or maintenance yard will be built in Port Kembla. I think either for the nuclear-powered submarines when they come or other US vessels that will rotate through Australia as part of the enhanced interoperability and cooperation between Australia and US military forces. The trade union movement in Port Kembla, I think it's the South Coast Labor Council.
Yeah.
Yes, it is the South Coast Labor Council. They publicly opposed and condemned those plans. I think they've had one or several rallies, demonstrations in Port Kembla with the Port Kembla community. And they've made clear that they oppose and would not cooperate in any the construction of any such shipyards. I don't need to tell you that the future of manufacturing jobs and sustainable jobs in Port Kembla is not guaranteed. It's rather precarious, but despite that, the unions there, including the unions that represent workers in the steelworks and potential shipyards there, have been resolute in saying they would not support those plans. It's not the future they want for the Port Kembla community. It's not the future they want for their children.
Thanks, Jack. Chris?
Can I just one quick question? Do you happen to know whether opposition leader Albanese was briefed by the Morrison government before he agreed to AUKUS?
I understand he was briefed before Scott Morrison and his ministers announced that he was briefed the day before, shortly before. I just remember reading and seeing that in the media at the time. And then subsequently there was a meeting of a shadow cabinet where it was agreed that the shadow cabinet endorsed it. At the Federal Labor caucus meeting, they were given a briefing by the relevant shadows in Albanese, but rather than put endorsement of AUKUS to the vote or to the test of a caucus, it was rather instead agreed that caucus noted the shadow cabinet support for AUKUS. So yes, he was briefed a relatively short time before the heads of state Joe Biden, Rishi Sunak and Scott Morrison announced AUKUS to the world.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Look, quick final question from me. So is the view widely held outside of Labor Against War amongst party members, rank and file, members of the caucus or otherwise?
Yes, more than 50 branches, 50 local Labor Party branches around the country, up and down the country, have carried motions opposing AUKUS and condemning AUKUS since Labor Against War set up. We find a friendly reception amongst most Labor branches and Labor Party people. So it's not just us who are opposed or concerned about this. In the past, we've had public support from some federal MPs like Josh Wilson, the member for Fremantle, and other MPs in confidence and in privacy express their sympathies with us and their reservations about it, including some cabinet ministers, very, very few of whom have actually had the spine to come out and make clear either their reservations more than that their opposition to AUKUS. I think possibly Ed Husick in the time since he left the ministry has expressed his reservations and apprehensions about AUKUS in public too. And of course, we have the sympathy of at least some of the trade unions which are affiliated to the ALP, the Electrical Trades Union, the Maritime Union, the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union, to name just some.
Well, look, thanks, Jack. I mean, I suppose it's incumbent on me as a former cabinet minister to point out that cabinet ministers have one of two choices. They either remain within the cabinet and observe the propriety and the confidence of decisions that are made and discussions that happen in the cabinet, or they depart from the cabinet. Thank you very much, Jack, for that.
Thank you. Sorry, I should just add one thing, Peter, as you know. Ministers and members of the cabinet are bound by cabinet solidarity, but that doesn't prevent ministers or cabinet members from speaking against cabinet or potential cabinet decisions in the caucus itself if there is a debate on it.
Point well made, Jack. Thank you. All right, we're now getting towards the tail end, but there's quite a bit of compressed presentations to happen. We've managed to allow 5 minutes, which will go pretty quick, to our speakers, and then we'll have the opportunity for 1 or 2 quick questions from commissioners. Can I ask you to come quickly when I do read out the names, speak directly into the microphone here, otherwise we won't be able to hear you. And John Glazebrook is the first speaker that we have. So if John is in the room, John may emerge if he, is John on his way down? No. The second name that I have here is Strobe Driver. Strobe, would you like to come down? Thanks.
Good. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here and I wish you well in your process.
Thanks.
Okay, may I start?
Yes, you can.
Yes, I'll just give you a little bit of information about myself and the book that I've recently written, though I'm not here to sell my book, but I did a doctorate in war studies at Federation University, and post that in 2018, I got a fellowship to Taiwan to discuss to write an independent report on the when China would invade Taiwan and how China would invade Taiwan, rather than the kicking of the can down the road of if. So that report is available on the internet, and it's called Asia Pacific and Cross-Strait Machinations, Challenges for Taiwan in the Rising Phase of Park Sino. My book is called, which I have a copy of here, is called The Brink of 2036, Why There Must Be a War in the Asia Pacific. And it's an exploration of war, geostrategies within the Asia Pacific, and the coming age of Park Sino. The book does not deal directly with AUKUS, but does deal in depth with America-Australia relations, and they have obviously changed drastically since AUKUS. Nonetheless, I would like to point out a few things in the broad sense of the word, and I can submit a written report afterwards, of course, but I would just like to talk about AUKUS in a broad sense and its impact on Australia. First of all, AUKUS is an overt sign within the region that the Australia-US relations are of permanent importance to Australia, thereby making all other military and diplomatic-driven issues secondary. That's my belief. It's also important to note that the US liberal democracy is not only is more of a quasi-liberal democracy, as the president is the commander-in-chief and can therefore overrule any military schedules. And as Australia acquires submarines, it becomes more dependent on the US in an unbalanced way. Should the US withdraw items, expertise, spare parts, all of those types of things, the Australian Defence Force will be left unsalvageable. More so, the message that AUKUS sends to China is one of antagonism toward it and favoritism towards the US. We are further wedded to the US regional policy and their foreign policy in general. The important thing I believe to note is that the US will not protect Australia if its assets are at risk. And should the US react against China's legal retrocession of Taiwan, we will be expected to follow. And if we don't, the US will use that to pressure Australia by limiting materiel, personnel, assets, all of those types of things. So it puts Australia in a shocking position. As China becomes the most powerful actor in the Asia-Pacific region, being reliant on the US to an ever greater extent actually weakens Australia in the eyes of China. Therefore, we become more and more irrelevant in their eyes. The other important thing for Australians to realise, I believe, is China's strategists will be more inclined to strike Australian assets first in a war over the retrocession of Taiwan in order to assess what the US will do and in order to send a meaningful message to regional allies of Australia. And in other words, it will be destroying ADF assets as a warning to other regional actors. AUKUS per se is an escalation of regional problematics and not a de-escalation. China will also use AUKUS to their advantage as a regional trigger mechanism to threaten Australia politically, mercantile-wise and militarily, and will use AUKUS to justify, another page, to justify blockading the north and west coast of Australia, should that become a strategic requirement for the People's Liberation Army Navy to operate more effectively. Based on the Taiwan issue, should we get the V-class submarines, they are too big to fit into the Taiwan Strait, where they will be most needed if there is a war. I'm not advocating for a war, but you need assets that are able to be utilised for what their purpose is supposed to be.
Half a minute to go.
Okay, sure, no problems, thank you. As of 2026, the important things for Australians to understand is that by 2030, Australia will supposedly have about 9 submarines. As of 2026, the People's Liberation Army Navy has 75. And it has been long, strategists have long thought that China's anti-ship missile technology superseded the US's in circa 2011. So therefore, in closing, AUKUS will be an unmitigated disaster for the Australian military. It will inflame the area, inflame the region, and China will see us as the US's deputy sheriff, and Australia will suffer for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Strode. Thank you for that. I'm sorry to hurry everyone along here, but thank you. And I'll just take commissioners for questions. Any questions from commissioners? Any questions? Thanks very much for that, Strode.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Gillian Fryer is our next person I have on the list here. If Gillian Fryer is in the room, I'll put a bracket around it should she return. My next person on the list is Robert Barwick. Thanks, Robert. Welcome and up close to the mic.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity and thank you to the commissioners for your effort, your unpaid effort. This inquiry is well overdue. I'm Robert Barwick. I'm the chairman of the Australian Citizens Party, and what I'm going to speak about is something that we've had a lot of experience in. Assuming this inquiry concludes that AUKUS is a disaster, as you've heard pretty consistently today, I would urge you to consider that it is the product of an act of foreign interference in Australia. When we wonder why our current Prime Minister, having been given a 24-hour ultimatum in 2021 to accept this deal, and he chose to do it despite the person offering that ultimatum, Scott Morrison, being a deeply unpopular figure at the time, and for which former Prime Minister Paul Keating excoriated him later. He should have been more brave than that. But why did Mr. Albanese think he had to accept this deal? Well, in 2024, Dr. Alex Bristow of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute wrote an article where he pointed out that the only way you would continue to generate consent of Australians for increased military spending is by talking about China. And Dr. Bristow was speaking essentially of the policy of his own organisation, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. For a decade at least plus, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute has relentlessly demonised China to the Australian people and the Australian body politic, relentlessly. Using the title of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, which seemed to give it a certain gravitas, it was able to become the ubiquitous go-to commentator pool on the news and television for everything to do with China. And we've had a decade of this organisation relentlessly demonising our number one trading partner to incite fear and hatred among Australians about China. All of which was funded by the United States government and the United Kingdom government and the biggest weapons manufacturers in the United States and the United Kingdom. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute started off as a taxpayer-funded organisation. I'm sure former Admiral Barrie had lots of experience with them. They were a fine organisation under Hugh White, but when they started expanding into US funding, they became a propaganda mouthpiece for the United States government. The military companies that have funded them have received huge, billions and billions of dollars in contracts from the Australian government, right? So this has to be looked at as part of this picture, because we've heard consistent testimony here today about what a disastrous deal this is. How did it come about? You need to look at the United States itself engineering public opinion in Australia to make this come about. I want to say one more thing just briefly. AUKUS is already having a human toll already. And that is, there are 6 children in New South Wales, including going down to the age of 10, and their mother, whose father and husband has been in prison for 3 years and 6 months in Australia. He's never been charged with any crime in Australia. He's never committed any crime in Australia. His name is Dan Duggan. This is his hat, Free Dan Duggan. Dan Duggan trained Chinese pilots in South Africa in 2012 for a few months, at a time when Australia was conducting joint military exercises with China, at a time when the United States was asking Australia if it could also get involved in conducting joint military exercise with China. There was no overtones of anything to do with war with China in those days. Ex-military people do this kind of thing all the time. He was indicted in 2017 by the United States, the new Trump administration. He was arrested by Australia in 2022. He's been in an Australian jail ever since, 3 years and 6 months. 19 months of that was in solitary confinement. Our government has approved his extradition to the United States. They've applied. Now, to qualify for extradition, you have to meet what's the requirement, what's called dual criminality. What you're accused of by a foreign country must be a crime in this country. To meet that requirement, our government applied a 2018 law retrospectively to what he was accused of doing in 2012. The reason I'm raising this in the context of AUKUS is because in September 2023, there was a US hearing of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and the cranky, very old congressman, you might notice American congressmen seem to be very, very old, they were concerned about AUKUS and whether Australia is trustworthy to guard basically America's technology. And in justifying that we were, the US government officials, in justifying that we were, cited the case of the Australian government's treatment of Dan Duggan as if that was Australia showing an act of good faith to the Americans that we are trustworthy with their AUKUS technology. 3 years and 6 months, he's got no prospect of getting out. He's probably going to be shipped off to the United States to face 65 years in prison for what they're accusing him of doing, scapegoating him. And our government seems to have sacrificed this guy because of this deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I'll just see whether there are any questions. And remember, you can put written material to the Commission for consideration.
Only to say, on behalf of Hugh White and myself, we're disappointed about ASPI.
Thanks very much. There being no further questions. So Anthony Hing. Here we are. Thanks, Anthony.
Good afternoon, and thanks, Commissioners, for staging this inquiry. It's extremely important. Just a bit of background. I'm giving an opinion as a member of the public. I have come back from 3 weeks in China, where I travelled with John Lander and a trade delegation. We travelled 7,000 kilometres, 250,000 steps, visited many businesses. So the vibe in China, fantastic, friendly, open, seriously keen to do whatever they could to forge friendship with Australians. On to my points. AUKUS, from my point of view, has only two outcomes. It eventually bankrupts us, or it leads to the end of life as we know it. So I think at this point, cancelling AUKUS seems like a good idea. AUKUS places us on the cusp of jumping onto a nuclear arms race escalator. There will be no winners if we stay on that escalator. Or do we choose a common sense path and focus our governance on funding and delivering the types of core long-term societal needs and priorities that John Lander referred to? For example, education, healthcare, good justice systems, good infrastructure systems, and so on. Good places for jobs creation too, by the way. What do we see from the lessons of the war in Iran? Straight away, we see what it means to host US bases on one's soil. It makes the host a legitimate target. Ask the 8 countries of the Middle East, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, and so on. 2, it shows US intelligence and analysis to be frightfully error-prone. For example, their timing of one-week wars quickly becomes months, possibly years. 3, it shows media eager to propagate false narratives without proper verification. 4, it shows the US pays scant regard to the protection guarantees it gives to its so-called Middle East allies. Now, if a US-sponsored war with China caused Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Australia to be involved, all countries in which US troops and military assets are stationed, how much protection, if any, would a stretched US offer us, let alone be able to actually do for Australia? So, hanging question. So what is an enemy? Is it someone for whom we have unshared values? Well, let's talk about shared values. World War II proved we share similar core values with China. It was our ally in defeating the fascists. Today, it abides by the UN Charter and the international rule of law, binding UN member countries. It consistently advocates for peace, amity, and harmony among countries. It respects the sovereignty of other countries, practices non-interference, and seeks win-win cooperation. As has been discussed by other people today, it is our most important bilateral trade partner, and it is why our economy has remained largely recession-free and why we enjoy a 21st century lifestyle. They do not see us as an enemy. Let's work hard to protect that status. Now, I want to talk briefly about some of the lethality of the submarines that we're talking about, and I'm referring a little bit from Andrew Fowler's amazing book, Newt, that he published in 2024. But if we look at the smallest Virginia-class submarine, it will have 12 Tomahawk missiles, the smallest ones. Now, some of the larger Virginias can carry upwards of 40. By my calculations, the smallest Virginia will have 1,800 kilotons of explosive power, and that is 85 times the killing power of the Hiroshima bomb. A single Virginia-class submarine could wipe Sydney or Melbourne off the face of the earth.
30 seconds.
Yep. People not instantly vaporized would be killed by the ensuing nuclear cloud, and that's again a reference to Annie Jacobson's book, Nuclear War, a Scenario. I'm going to jump straight to the end with pretty much what I started with. AUKUS really has only two outcomes. it eventually bankrupts us, or it leads to the end of life as we know it. For these two reasons, if Australians were asked, US forces get the nod, most would give an emphatic no. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anthony. I'll just see whether we've got any questions from the panel. Thanks very much for that.
Thank you.
And I promised not to sing. So the next person on my list, I think it's Renee. Thank you. Coming up, Renee.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. There we go. I'd like to first comment on some of the comments I heard today and then move on to some eclectic comments that I have observed throughout the duration of AUKUS. I don't see that we are under threat, and that was mentioned today, and I don't feel that it's in our interests to believe that we are under threat. I have also heard comments with relation to our allies and our neighbours, and I feel that we can't cast aspersions on their intentions because it breeds negativity. I've heard comments about Donald Trump and his approach to things, and he was democratically elected by his people, and so it does not augur well for us to cast aspersions on the way he was elected. It does not augur well for democracy in the whole world. I needed to acknowledge the Kulin Nations before I started, so I acknowledge the Kulin Nations also. So my impression from the media that I get from the Americans is that they are lukewarm about AUKUS. And that is just from free-to-air television. And because of that, I don't see the US as protectionist, but at the same time, I feel that what America needs, it wants us to do is to stand on our own 2 feet. And perhaps we have been spooked by our efforts on the Collins class submarines in the past, but I don't see that as an impediment to building submarines should we need them in the future. Australians need to know what our defence capability is today. We need to know how to defend ourselves should we need to, even though I don't see any immediate threats should the right people be in the right places at the right time. I feel that we need to cut our losses with AUKUS at the moment. There are alternatives to warcraft should we need to exercise such, and that is without needing nuclear capabilities. My main concern about AUKUS is that it is a 30-year plan, and it is in our interest to plan for education for 30 years in advance. It is in our interest to plan for health 30 years in advance, but it's not in our interest to build submarines on the never never, policy on the never never, which will probably get us, which will not augur well for the global community.
Half a minute, Renee.
If we are looking at AUKUS as an economic driver, there are other economic drivers that we can use. There are markets in education and so forth. And I want to stress that I don't want Australia to go into debt or to sell government bonds in relation to funding this, as was articulated by a previous speaker. Government, I feel that if one way to generate income is for government to generate its own revenue stream. That's an alternative that we haven't discussed.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that contribution, Renee. If you want to put anything further, please feel free to put it in writing to this to the Commission. Thanks for that.
I only found out about this yesterday.
Okay, great. Well, we're very glad you could present. So I've now got Apollo Yiani down on my list. Hello, Apollo. Come and take a seat.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk. If we have eight nuclear submarines or 800 nuclear submarines, how is Australia going to be safer? Our enemies, whoever they are, China, Russia, North Korea, to sink us, all they have to do is disconnect our electricity. They can do that very simple with a thing called smart meters, which they can disconnect. Without power to the public, the country is dead. Nothing we can do. So why are we spending all this money on nuclear subs? We do need subs, and I would suggest to have a larger number, smaller units to control our patch. Secondly, if we get these nuclear subs, because they're so expensive, we're not going to put them in harm's way in Northern Hemisphere. And our enemies, whoever they are going to try and sink them. So we're spending $368 billion on 8 units. At any one time, only 4 will probably be functional. From my perspective, how are we any safer with those nuclear subs? No power, the country stops. When I mean stops, I mean stops. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you very much, Apollo. That was brevity and succinctness that we welcomed. I'll now ask Con Paravakis if he would like to come up as well. Oh, hello, Con. Thanks, Apollo.
Thank you for this opportunity and thank you for the fantastic work that you're doing. I'm I was a draft resistor during Vietnam. I've been a teacher for 40 years. I've just recently retired. And during that time, I was also in the principal level. So I'm very concerned about education. There are 2 issues I'd like to raise. One is conscription and one is the STEM program. And I'll just speak briefly to each of those. Now, who in their right mind would want to be in a nuclear-powered AUKUS submarine off the coast of China when the bombs start dropping? Who would want to do that? Why should we send anyone to do that? Everyone in this room would be affected if that happens. Whether it's our child, our grandchild, a neighbour, a friend, an Australian, we will all be affected by a war with China. China is a country that has approximately 50 times the population of Australia. Where does the ADF propose to get its personnel enlisting in a war with China? I believe that they already have problems getting enlistment at the moment? Where is the plan for conscription? It must be there. If there is a plan for a war with China, there must be a plan how you're going to provide personnel. The ADF has gone into schools, primary schools, secondary schools, through the STEM program, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, trying to cream off brilliant young kids who are enthusiastic about learning and trying to indoctrinate them, normalise militarisation with programs such as the, got the name of it here, it was called the STEM in 2023, the STEM Nuclear Powered Submarine Propulsion Challenge for Australian high schools. They aimed to inspire students to discover how nuclear propulsion works and how they make submarines more capable. Really? This is what they want to teach in our schools? Do parents know that? What parent in their right minds would want this being taught in a school? And why aren't they, there was no education to the participants of the serious danger proposed by radioactive material. There was no engagement in scientific or historical research. There was no debate or strategic or critical thinking. There was really no education. This was pure indoctrination. Now, why was there no mention in STEM and in current ADF advertising of the ADF's poor record of trauma management? No mention what happens to the people who serve, the inconvenient suicide statistics, the addiction, the loss of limb, the post-traumatic stress disorder of war veterans. If they're going to talk about AUKUS and war, why don't they talk about this stuff? What would a scenario of war actually look like? It's not about 368 billion. That's a fraction of the damage to human beings and to the Australian economy that would actually happen. So that's my question is, what does the Australian government envisage would actually happen if these AUKUS submarines were used? If they... Thank you.
Thanks very much, Con. And that's the whole purpose of this inquiry, is to have members of the public come and ask questions.
Con, I've just got one response to what you've just raised. One of my concerns is that in political leadership these days, there is no one with war experience. I've grown up in a period post-1945 where most of the people involved did have war experience, and they would see these things in a very different light.
Thanks, Chris. Now I have Y. Kim. Y. Kim? No. In which case, Karen Austria. Karen Austria isn't here either, so I believe that's the end of our list of speakers who wish to speak. That being the case, can I thank everyone very much for coming to the first of the AUKUS public inquiry hearings. We've heard from a range of both informed people and members of the public. It's been invaluable for commissioners. I know I speak on the behalf of all the commissioners to be able to hear these presentations and for us to be able to assess the submissions as this inquiry unfolds. Please let your friends, colleagues and family know about the work that's been done. Have a look at the website. Feel free to encourage people to support us on Chuffed, and we wish you well for the rest of the day. Thank you.